What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, September 11th, 2025, and the Buck and I are not with you for the next 2 hours because the Buck is out today taking a visit to the proctologist. Oh yeah, his favorite day of the year. So we're praying for the Buck this morning as he gets violated by another grown man. Joining us in his stead, one of our favorites, a guy that you all are very familiar with on these airwaves. You can hear him and see him with SEC Unfiltered all of the time. He is also a big part of Sports Talk 790 down in Houston. Our great friend, the Bear, Mr. Cole Thompson. What's up, Cole?
So what is Juju now going to go ahead and have his fun time with Bucky? I mean, like, is that what's going on? Did he have to drink a bunch of prune juice last night? Like what we doing here, man?
Moon River.
Oh God. I don't want to hear the bullfrogs because you know that's coming soon too.
Apparently, I don't know if this is Bucky telling the truth or if this is just to avoid some embarrassment. This is not the traditional proctology exam where he has to get a insertion from Dr. Jellyfinger. He says that this is an MRI on that area. So I don't think he had to go through the clean out process that you're talking about. I don't think he will have to go through the visit process that I'm talking about, if you're following my drift. But yeah, he has some sort of doctor's appointment and they are checking something down there. And odds are it's not a lot of fun for the Buck.
Okay, let me just ask you out of curiosity, what is up with Austin people and butts recently? We got Steve Sarkisian talking about pooping. We now got Bucky going to the proctologist. Sark watches me go to the bathroom. I mean, come on. What is the deal right now? We should be focusing in on UTEP, and instead our focus is on what happens when you go drop the kids off at the pool. Like, I mean, what are we doing here, man?
Oh, man. Yeah, I love that. Sark watches you. Yeah, I heard you guys talking about that on SECU earlier this week. I mean, I feel like everyone has talked about that at some point this week. One of the most
bizarre. You could have used any other analogy, and instead you decided to go talk about what happens when you do your business.
It's the most bizarre thing Steve Sarkisian has ever said at a press conference, right? It's definitely not the most bizarre thing anyone has ever said at a press conference. I mean, a couple of months ago, we had Dave Aranda at the Texas High School Coaches Association talking about midget throwing in that scene in Wolf of Wall Street. So I think that was weirder than what Sark said, but obviously what Sark said about the faces we all make when we're taking craps, comparing that to the way Arch Manning looks when throwing a football. Yeah, that made the rounds, and rightfully so. That was one of the more unique ways I've ever heard a coach defend his team.
I don't even know where you go from there. Like, honestly. And also, let me just look. Here's the problem with this BK. That's the bar now. Like, when you come up with weird analogies, Sark, you got to beat that. How much more can you beat than just watching a dude take a poo? Like, what we doing here, man? Like,
you tell me. Like, what's beyond that, right?
Next step for this, Sark? What are we doing here?
Yeah,
where
like
do we go?
If Arch Manning makes a couple of faces like that during the game on Saturday, look, hopefully that puts everything to bed. Hopefully people realize that, no, that's just the face he makes when he throws the football.
That's Manning
sometimes. Face. Yeah, it's a Manning face. He's a Manning. They're great football players. They make weird faces. We've known about that for a long time. But I do wonder if someone hits him with another question like that, like, what could Steve Sarkisian's answer be to one up what he already said?
I was like, the only place you can go is the bedroom. And Steve, why are you watching me poo and going to the bedroom, man?
Yeah.
I mean, like we have got to set some boundaries here in our relationship, dude. I'm sorry. Like, it's just the bottom line.
I don't know all of your O faces out there. So yeah, why are you guys talking to me about Arch's face? Because I'm not watching you guys when you're doing that business. So
why would you, Steve? I'm just out of curiosity. Are we off the wagon again? Like, what we got going on, man?
I could take a picture, Steve. I could send it to you if you really want. Like, I got you, man. If that's something you're looking for.
But don't get pissy at me when you look at my face and then describe it. You asked for this. You said this. I will give it to you.
So funny. So funny. So Cole Thompson in for the Buck this morning. Bucky will be back tomorrow. Of course, Bucky always starts off our shows saying good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all of those that fight for us each and every day. We appreciate the work that you do, and we are always thinking and praying of you and your families. And of course, on this day, that carries a little bit more weight. Of course, today is September 11th. The 24-year anniversary of a day that our country was changed forever by the attacks at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. Nearly 3,000 people lost their lives. To this day, the deadliest act of terror in our nation's history. And Lord, I pray that that never changes. We haven't forgotten, and we will never forget. Unfortunately, Wags is sick today, but I know Wags got into the Marines in response to 9/11. So obviously, a day that, everyone knows we went into war after that day. So a day that means a lot to our country, and obviously a day that impacted our military tremendously, and a day that even nearly a quarter century later still hurts so many folks around this great country. So thinking of you military, thinking of you first responders. Thanks to all of you out there. Obviously, so many heroic stories from the New York and DC areas from what took place on that day. Obviously a horrific day, and a day that doesn't get less painful as we move further and further from it. Cole, I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you also to the folks in Flight United 93 that made sure that they paid the ultimate sacrifice to continue to protect our country despite losing their lives in the process in a way that very many will never have to experience. Make sure that you hug your kids. Make sure that you tell your families that you love them. Make sure that you remember all of the positives in your life. Make sure that you always strive to be the best version of yourself every day, because you never know when the light is going to go out for good. You may always remember, and we will never forget.
Well said. Crazy world out there for sure. So thinking of y'all today. All right. Plenty of sports to dive into.
I'm going to do this more than that. Let's talk sports.
Right. Yeah, we that's what we do around here. So a lot to get into. Cole, it is a big weekend for the SEC. Not a huge game for Texas, obviously. I know most of our audience will be tuned in to the Texas UTEP game at 3:15 on Saturday, and we'll talk about that as well. I want to get your thoughts on what you've seen from the Longhorns through the first two games of this 2025 season. Plenty of storylines, an interesting quarterback matchup in this one as well.
What, two number ones going at it? Let's go.
I'm telling you, a couple of 5-stars from the class of 2023. Two very different career paths for Arch Manning and Malachi Nelson, but two talented cats, two of the most highly regarded quarterbacks coming out of high school a couple of years ago. So we'll talk about this game a little bit, and we'll have a UTEP guest joining us tomorrow to further deep dive preview into the Longhorns' next matchup. But man, looking around the conference, and obviously this is your level of expertise coming over from SEC Unfiltered, you have 4, maybe even 5 really big games in this league. Some of them have national championship implications, at least I should say college football playoff implications. Yep. And some of them have SEC title implications, and some of them maybe have both. So I think we start with where College game day is going to be this weekend. That's Knoxville, Tennessee. I think on paper, that's your most intriguing matchup. And obviously it's SEC versus SEC. You've got 6th-ranked Georgia, of course, the reigning SEC champions, on the road to take on number 15 Tennessee. Georgia hasn't looked super impressive so far. Now they're 2-0. They played Marshall. They played Austin Peay. Neither of those games were that close, but maybe they weren't as dominant as Bulldogs fans would have liked. Georgia is 0-2 against the spread, for a reference there. And Tennessee, meanwhile, look, I don't know how good Syracuse is going to be this year. They needed overtime to beat UConn last weekend. But Tennessee looked really good in their week 1 neutral site game against Syracuse, and they put up 70 against East Tennessee State last weekend. So, despite all the quarterback turmoil that happened in the offseason, I think everyone knows that story at this point. The Vols have looked very impressive. Cole, this has been a one-sided matchup in recent years, obviously with Georgia dominating that one side. Your thoughts on Georgia, Tennessee, and is this finally the year that the Vols can knock off UGA.
But the last time that Tennessee beat Georgia, I had just graduated college, and I'm pushing 10 years out of college at this point. So it has been a decade since we have seen the Volunteers be able to win this game. And they won on one of the flukiest plays of all time. Just Joshua Dobbs heaving it downfield, Jawan Jennings back of the end zone, almost out of bounds, like barely stays in just to be able to make the play. Or we're talking about almost 15 years of this being a one-sided rivalry, the way that the third Saturday in October was for Alabama versus Tennessee forever. It feels weird because usually you don't worry about this game if you're a Georgia fan, because if Georgia at this point has shown what its identity is, they've shown who they are, they've kind of worked out the few little kinks early in the season to where they're more complete and you know what they're going to do. But this matchup is so early in the season this year, you kind of feel like Georgia could be slipping. Now, first thing first, if you want to take that game against Austin Peay or Marshall and say, because of it wasn't a 72-0 win, and that's the reason why you're banking against Georgia, by all means, write your own death certificate while we're at it. Because if you just don't understand that these are games that for betting lines purposes, it's a bad look. But but Kirby Smart doesn't care about this. He never has. He never will. He just wants to get his team winning a football game in, out, call it a day. There are things that you got to work on. The passing attack's got to get better with Gunnar Stockton. The ground game has been good, but you want to take it to the next level. You want to see that offensive line be a little bit more cohesive. They've been dealing with injuries on the right side. But still, it's Georgia. They have a great fight. They look more dynamic on the defensive line. They feel like they have the depth. And they feel like they have that physicality back that was missing at times last season. With Tennessee upgraded its offense. And that's not to say that, you can look at how bad it was last season, because it wasn't. They still made the college football playoff, but you have a quarterback, and you have a quarterback that's a better fit for Josh Heupel's system. You have wide receivers that have taken the next step forward, which is a very common theme for them when they join the Heupel system. There is a ground game that you can trust not one, but 3 running backs that can all work. And the defense isn't terrible, despite losing a slew of names off to the NFL draft. So this feels like a matchup that could easily work in favor of Tennessee. You're in Neyland. You have a quarterback that can easily take the tops off of defenses. The vertical ball is there. He feels confident running the system. He hasn't had a turnover. These are things that are going to work. But the thing that's going to, I think, be the balance point of this game on either side is who's the more physical team. And the way that you run the offenses doesn't allow you to truly show off that physicality, at least from Tennessee's side. What Tennessee does is they spread you out. They go 4 wide receivers deeper. They go 3 wide receivers and a tight end out in a flex formation, and they run an offset running back. And they'll run it up the middle, but they'll spread you out to where it's just the 6 guys in the middle, to where your safeties and your cornerback play, they're now rushing in to make the tackle. And even if they get there to make the play, it's gain of 6, gain of 7, gain of 8. Like, that's the norm of what you do if you're at Tennessee. For Georgia, it's more of the ground and pound physical attack. We're going to play bunch in. We're going to have an offset tight end, and we're going to work upfield to create running lanes at the first and second level for our running backs to be able to pile drive forward. So who is going to be the more physical team in this matchup in certain areas? Depth is going to be critical. I think 1 or 2 big-time plays from Gunnar Stockton or Joey Aguilar is going to have to show on up. And for Joey, this is his welcome to the SEC moment. Like, yeah, we can say he looked really good against ETSU. That is a tech school. We could say he looked really good against Syracuse. Syracuse was running laps after a game in overtime against UConn because of Brant Brown thought that they sucked. Like, they're not teams that you can get a good gauge on who you are as a program. Georgia always will be. So what version of Joey Aguilar are we getting? Are we seeing the one of him at Appalachian State where he'll throw for 375 yards, but it also tossed 3 interceptions against 2 touchdowns? Or are we getting the one that is more poised, more collective? He's built a fine rapport in this offensive personnel, and he's winning his one-on-one battles, understanding when the pressure collapses, I can step on up and deliver a strike, 6-yard gain, hit the reset. Never let anybody get in the backfield. Never let myself have to feel like that I'm playing from behind. That is something that is going to be critical. And the same thing I think goes for Gunnar Stockton, because you don't have your 2 starting defensive backs in Ricky Gibson and Jabal McCoy. So those are 2 guys that are massively influential to what this defense can be, and neither going to play in this game. Jackson Boyd, the defensive lineman, he also may or may not play in this game. So a lot of things that could go really beneficial in favor of Georgia because they have weapons. Like, we talk so much about what Carson Beck got this offseason by moving to South Florida, offensive line's better, weaponry down with the Hurricanes are better. It's not like Georgia didn't do the same thing this offseason. They went out in the portal and they got themselves some wide receivers. They got some dudes that if you just get them in the flats, you get them out in the open field, they'll turn a 7-yard slant into a 75-yard gain.
Yeah. Are you worried about a mental block in this game? I mean, you mentioned that Georgia has won 8 in a row against Tennessee. They've won 19 of 25 against the Volunteers since the turn of the century. Are you worried that Georgia could be in Tennessee's head? I feel like Tennessee's gotten off to good starts in some of these games, and then it's just over the course of 60 minutes. It's like that seed of doubt creeps into their mind, and then Georgia just turns into Georgia. Honestly, Tennessee kind of turns into Tennessee. You worried about that at all? Like if things aren't going well for Tennessee, they're not going to be able to turn it around against this team?
Well, remember what happened last season. They were up 10-0 going into the second quarter, and then it became a lopsided affair. Yeah. I don't think that it's that way because of, number one, the game's in your backyard. So that should be a benefactor. It's going to be an earlier kickoff. It's not a night game. It's 2:30 kick. So another thing that I think should benefit you. I do think that you are catching Georgia at the right time, which is another reason to have a little bit more of a, I would say, positive spin on this if you're a Tennessee fan or just a Tennessee Vol in general. But still, the big question is, can you do it? And I think that a lot of people look at this game and they look at a lot of other games for Tennessee football in the past, like winning in Gainesville or beating Alabama or now taking on Georgia. People like to say they can't do it. They can do it. They just haven't done it yet. Do you feel like that this roster is good enough? Or do you feel like that Georgia's roster is susceptible enough to losing a matchup to where it just takes one or two plays that could alter the course of what happens on the field? Yeah. That to me is where we're kind of at with this matchup.
It's an interesting next 2 games for Georgia, and they do have a bye week sandwiched in between. But Georgia is obviously at Tennessee on Saturday, and then the Alabama game coming up at the end of the month. So if Georgia truly is going to have a down year, maybe we see that play out over these next couple of weeks, right? That was a trendy topic of conversation in the offseason, that maybe this year's Georgia team isn't as talented as some of the recent ones that Kirby Smart has had. So they've got a couple of slip-up opportunities. You know, that Alabama game is at home, but Georgia has really struggled with Alabama in recent years. So a couple of early slip-up opportunities. I don't think it's going to happen, but there is a chance that Georgia starts 0-2 in SEC play this year, and I don't know the last time that's happened, Cole.
Well, think about this for a second. We talk all the time about Tennessee having a Georgia problem, and it feels like it's more so a Kirby Smart problem right now because of they've been losing since Kirby Smart got there in 2016.
Yeah.
Kirby Smart has an Alabama problem.
Sure.
So do those two things maybe flip this year where you lose to Tennessee because of it just feels like a magical season out in Knoxville. They go out and they get the quarterback. They have back to that running identity that worked in 2022. The wide receivers that you were so highly talking about in 2024 took a year to develop, get acclimated with Knoxville, figure out where they want to go for dinner every single night, kind of get acclimated with the fraternity parties. And now it's like, well, now this team feels complete. But on the flip side, the return is you finally beat Alabama. And you don't just beat Alabama, but you single-handedly beat them to a pulp in your backyard to show that the turning of the tides have kind of worked in your favor. And we don't really know what Alabama is going to be. Like somebody asked me recently, hey, how do you feel about this 73-0 win over ULM? I feel like that I had chicken pesto for dinner and a nice little cold beer last night. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I thought we were just talking about nonsensical things that have nothing to do with the current status of Alabama football. Like, that's what I meant. And then that's not going to change when you face off against Wisconsin this weekend either. Wisconsin is a faulty team that had its fair share of struggles against Middle Tennessee State and Miami of Ohio. If you are the Alabama that we are supposed to believe can get back to its winning ways underneath Kalen DeBoer, you're not supposed to be worried about these two games. You're supposed to just dominate these two games. It's the Georgia game when we get more of an inclination on who Alabama is. It's the Georgia game we get to see. Was the Florida State matchup just a really lopsided, horrendous performance where you didn't execute well? Or is this who you are as a team? Mm-hmm. That's what we're going to find out. But still, Georgia, again, you beat Alabama. You lose Tennessee in 1 year. It could just be the changing of the tides. Doesn't hurt your chance to go to the playoff at all. But if you do go 0-2, it leaves you susceptible to have to start winning out. And that includes games against Texas. Who knows what Florida's going to be in the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. There's probably one or two more games that you can talk about. The Ole Miss game, depending on what Austin Simmons looks like. There's a few games to where Georgia may or may not be the favorite to go to Atlanta this year. And that's maybe not a bad thing.
We know what Florida's going to be. They're going to be a team with an interim coach by the time the cocktail party gets here. That's what Florida is going to be.
I don't know, man.
Okay. All right. I felt good about Billy Napier getting fired mid-season before the year started. And
you did. I will give you that.
Them losing to South Florida helps my case there. All right. Well, who do you have in this game? Like, Georgia opened up as a 7-point favorite at Tennessee. And right now I'm seeing the line at 3.5. So the money has been coming in on the Vols all week. Again, they've passed the eye test through these first 2 weeks. I guess they've looked better than Georgia in these first 2 weeks. Cole, is this finally the year that Tennessee gets the dog off their back? Literally.
I think it can be. I mean, I will say, like, the predictions are coming out today on SEC Unfiltered.
Okay.
I took Tennessee.
Okay.
The more and more I'm looking into it, the more and more I just gotta continuously say to myself, until I see it, it's hard to bet against Kirby Smart.
Right.
It's hard to bet against him in this matchup because if he games plans so well that it changes the overall identity of how they play this game. And if you're not making adjustments on the fly, if you're Josh Heupel and you're just trying to play your brand of offense, I don't know if it's going to work.
Okay.
I really wish that line was still at 6.5 because I would just take Tennessee with the points and then I would take Georgia to win outright. I feel like more so I'm changing my pick over to Georgia slowly but surely.
Here's a couple of stats from Phil Steele's magazine. Tennessee hasn't beaten Georgia in Knoxville since 2015. Their last 4 home losses to the Dogs have been by an average of 31 points. That's not good.
No.
Georgia has also won 9 straight SEC road openers. They have also, not only have they won 8 straight against Tennessee, they have covered in 6 straight against Tennessee. So, including a 38-10 win 2 years ago, the last time they played at Neyland. And then Georgia also beat Tennessee 31-17 last year. So, yeah, this has been pretty one-sided. Considering how solid of a team Tennessee has been, Georgia has had the better of them. I'm going with Georgia. I don't put any stock. I think you said it perfectly earlier. You know, Marshall and Austin Peay. Did Georgia look all that impressive against either team? No. But Kirby Smart in his Georgia career is 0-14 against the spread when his team is a 38-point favorite. So they never really step on anybody's throat, right? They don't run up the score. They just want to see what they have with their teams in those games. And yeah, even though they don't cover, even though they don't always look that great against super inferior opponents, it obviously hasn't affected what they've done in the Kirby Smart era. So, yeah, I mean, I have questions about Gunnar Stockton. He's played in big games before. Obviously, the second half in the SEC title game, he played in the playoff game for Georgia against Notre Dame. He hasn't played on the road like this, in a true road atmosphere like this. So this is definitely different for him. So I'm worried about him making a mistake or two, but I'm going to bank on Georgia's defense, their physicality, and their run game with Nate Frazier finding a way to get this one done. Give me the Dogs by a touchdown on Saturday. Another cover, too. Cole.
See, that's the thing is that if anything, this feels like the year where they don't cover the spread, but it's at 3.5. So it feels like that if you're going to win this football game, you have to cover the spread. Yeah. You're either going to break the spread and get upset, or you have to cover the spread. But if it was at 6.5, yeah, by all means, I would take the Vols. I think this is a very close matchup. I'm also taking the over in this game.
Okay.
Something to me says that while Georgia's defense has been almost dire elite this past season, and it always is, it's a Glenn Schumann-led defense with a little bit of sprinkling in of Kirby Smart. Like, that's the way they play football. I just feel like that these wide receivers, and this is something that I've noticed about wide receivers at Tennessee. Year one, they suck. They never find their footing. They always have a fair share of struggles. Year two, they break on out. Cedric Tillman sucked in 2020. 2021 had almost 1,000 yards. 2021, Jalen Hyatt was awful. 2022, won the Biletnikoff Award. Brew McCoy comes on in 2021. Not a good player. 2022 has a breakout season. We're watching as Chris Brazell, the Tulane transfer, was awful last year. Now he's starting to find his footing. Mike Matthews, former four-star talent out of the state of Georgia, starting to find his footing. Braylon Staley, starting to find his footing. So, I think that there are going to be explosive plays, and Joey Aguilar knowing that he can uncork it downfield and that you have a better deep ball than Nico, that's going to lead to a couple of big-time touchdowns and maybe even a few anytime scores. So, yeah. I like the over at 49.5. It may end up being, 30 to 28 or 30 to 27. That doesn't change the fact that the over hits.
Yeah, he'll take that. And that game is at 2:30 on Saturday. All right, before we get to some of the other big games in the SEC this weekend, by the way, Cole Thompson filling in for the Buck today. Buck's got a doctor's appointment. He's all good. He will be back with us tomorrow. But a quick round of sponsor shout out, starting with our friends at Sue Patrick, rocking the Texas Volleyball National Champions shirt today in honor of the Longhorns' big 5-set win over Louisville last night. Texas is 5-0 on the young volleyball season. 4 of those 5 wins have come against ranked opponents, and their last 2 matches, Sunday against Stanford and then last night against Louisville, have been epic 5-set thrillers. Texas faced a match point last night. They won that, and they ended up winning that 5th set. I think the Horns were down 11-6 in that final set, which is played to 15. They come back and win. Shout out to Jared Elliott. Shout out to the entire team. The Texas volleyball team is getting it done. And, of course, shout out to Sue Patrick, whether it's Texas volleyball, Longhorn football, Texas baseball, basketball, any Longhorn gear that you're looking for, you can find it at Sue Patrick. Bucky and I, of course, did our show out there yesterday. Always love seeing our friends at Sue Patrick. I left with a couple of goodies as well. The best selection of Texas gear that you can find is at Sue Patrick. 5222 Burnett Road. Tons of free parking if you want to shop in store, or you could shop online at SuePatrick.com. They've got free shipping on online orders over $59, and they will get it to you very, very quickly at SuePatrick.com. Shout out to them. Also, some love to our friends at CentexTickets.com. Hey, if you want to be at DKR this weekend for the Texas game against UTEP, only one place you need to go to find your tickets. That is CentexTickets.com. Every Longhorn game, home and away, all season long. They are your one-stop shop for all of your ticketing needs. If you need 1, if you need 10, it doesn't matter. They have you covered. And how about a 10% discount? That's right. All you have to do is type in the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out, and you're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase from our great friends at CentexTickets.com. And, of course, I got me an OLIPOP this morning. Cole, we need to get you on the OLIPOP trend, my friend. This stuff is fantastic. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Nothing wrong with a little cream in the morning, Cole.
That's what she said.
That is what she said. That's what he said. That's what everyone said. That's what we're all about. Shout out to the OLIPOP. The cream soda is my favorite flavor. They've got 19 different flavors for you to choose from. Great tasting soda that actually is good for you. You can pick it up anywhere. H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you buy your groceries. It's also popping up at more and more convenience stores around the country. You can even buy OLIPOP at Starbucks. This stuff is everywhere. If you haven't tried it yet, you're missing out. Next time you shop, make sure you shop OLIPOP.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, I love the Mountain Dew flavor one, because I am a big Mountain Dew dude, but yeah. Mountain Dew is just terrible for your teeth. It's terrible for your gut. You get yourself an OLIPOP one, by all means. Great flavor, great for you, and you can have about 3 or 4 of them and still feel great about yourself later on in the day.
Boom. Great testimonial right there. Yeah, that's the Ridge Rush is the name of the Mountain Dew OLIPOP flavor, and it is fantastic. All right, Cole, so we've talked about one of the big SEC games coming up on Saturday, but there's really 3 or 4 more to dive into. Let's get to Florida LSU next. Obviously, this game lost some steam with Florida being upset by South Florida in the swamp last weekend, but Florida did beat LSU last year. Billy Napier, I don't know what it is. Maybe I heard you talking about this on SECU earlier this week. Like, his players don't quit on him. Last year things were going off the rails for Florida, especially after that game in Austin, right, where Texas beat the brakes off of Florida. The Longhorns were up 42-0 early in the third quarter in that game. Florida lost that. I mean, they were struggling. Everybody was talking about Billy Napier getting fired, and it felt like that locker room could have turned on their head coach, and it felt like they could have completely checked out, and that would have been the end of the Billy Napier era. Well, instead, Florida ends the year on a huge hot streak. Napier keeps his job, and the Gators have a lot of momentum going into this season as a top 15 team in the country in the preseason poll. Then what happens? Well, in week 2, they lose as a 3-score favorite to a directional school in their own state. Meanwhile, LSU, very impressive road win at Clemson in week 1. A little bit of a lethargic performance in week 2 at home against Louisiana Tech. Where are you at with this, Cole? I mean, could Florida bounce back? Are they going to fight for their head coach again? Or does LSU take care of business in Death Valley?
Yeah, Florida could easily bounce back in this game. I find it kind of ridiculous of how many people did not see last year the way that Florida responded after the A&M loss against Mississippi State. Because that was a moment where you get away from Gainesville, you get the pressure off of you, you no longer have to worry about what the fans are going to say, and you get right. And that's where you go. The problem is that not many people get right in Death Valley on a Saturday night and live the telltale. You might as well sacrifice a goat. You may need to go ahead and break Tim Tebow's kneecaps and then offer them up to the college football devil. Like, you're going to have to do some weird satanic stuff if you want to be able to win this football game, and you got to probably play at 3 a.m. in the morning and you have a shot. But still, you can get right in this game. And I think that it's not just about winning this football game. It's about showing that you still have that fight in a matchup after having a terrible, terrible performance against South Florida. You, number one, cannot afford the turnovers. You have to win the turnover battle in this game. And that comes from either fumbles, interceptions, muff punts, whatever it is, you have got to be able to win the turnover battle in this game. DJ Lagway had 2 horrendous throws on Saturday. He also had 2 great throws, and everything else was kind of in the middle. Can you avoid the horrendous throws into double coverage? Because if you feel like that you're under duress behind an offensive line that we all kind of maybe overhyped a little bit going into the season. I know I did. I thought this was going to be a top 10 offensive line. If you're Billy Napier, bottom line, I don't know how you look at your backfield and you look at a player like Jaden Baugh and you see the way that he runs the football, like a bowling ball that has rocket jets on the back when he gets to the open field, and say, we're going to take him out for the last 2 drives and not utilize our ground game whatsoever. He has got to be the factor in this matchup. And I get it. The way that we saw the ability of LSU to eliminate the run for Clemson. Also, you look at the way that they played against Louisiana Tech. They only lost because if they got some momentum going through the air. You would say to yourself, well, why are we going to stop the run? I mean, BK, have you watched the way that Clemson ran the football on Saturday against Troy? Obsolete. It was immobile. Yeah. So it may end up being a game where it's just like, hey, Clemson can't run the football. Your run defense is still dog crap. We don't know because of that reason. So if I'm Jaden Baugh and I'm in that backfield and I'm Billy Napier, I'm trusting my running back and my dude that I know is a difference maker to set the tone in this game. And it may end up being on short yardage situations where it's a gain of 3, a gain of 6. But it's now 3rd and 1, and it allows you to kind of open up the playbook. You don't want to be living in 3rd and 19. Defensively, you got to be more disciplined. That's just the bottom line, too. You have to be the fear penalized team. And you can't have constant, careless, stupid, moronic, team-hurting plays like spitting on a player to set up a field goal position. You can't do that stuff. Exactly. Don't spit on me this morning, BK. I'm a nice individual. I'm going to go ahead and cap this show off with a field goal and walk on off the stat. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But you're
filling in. I'm not spitting on you today. Yeah. You're good, man.
You can't have those moments. You can't have those abilities to where it ends up leading to 15-yard penalties. For LSU standpoint, the thing that I kind of remembered, and this is the way I put it, you were so high this entire offseason. What do we hear the entire offseason about LSU? 1-0. 1-0. 1-0. 1-0. 1-0. Got to win that first game. We're replaying the clips of what Clemson said about us. We're replaying how we talked a mad game about Death Valley Jr., all that. And you went 1-0. I think that the momentum and the emotions of that game kind of carried on over into the next week. So you thought to yourself, okay, we're 1-0. We're 1-0. We're 1-0. Well, that's fine and dandy. You have 11 more games to go. And I think that kind of allowed them to be a little bit facetious and allowed them to be a little bit complacent at times. They won't be, I think, complacent in this game because they've moved on down to week 3. They know what this matchup is. They know how important this game is. The ground game for LSU is going to be really important in this game too. I truly think that people are looking at the quarterbacks. I understand why. It's Lagway, it's Nussmeier. I look at Caden Durham. Can he be efficient on the ground to set up the plays in the open field? Can he get a few breakaway runs that get you a gain of 30, get you a gain of 25? Takes a little bit of pressure off of the offensive passing game to where you say to yourself, hey, they can't corral the box because the second that they do that, we're going to take shots downfield. But if we leave the box too open, a guy like Caden Durham can easily bounce off of a defensive lineman or a linebacker and work his way upfield for a gain of 15. Yeah. So you want to have that mentality in this matchup. Do you have a wide receiver that you can trust to be that go-to guy on the outside? And for Garrett Nussmeier, if it does come down to the fact that you can't run the football, do you feel confident that you're going to be able to do what you did a lot last season, which is I'm going to have to win this game through the air? Because people don't remember, Garrett Nussmeier led the SEC in interceptions. He also had 125 more pass attempts than both Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck. And it was because the offense was so one-dimensional. Mm-hmm. So it's like, this is going to be one of those games where if you can't run the football and Florida's defense balls out and they show on up in the trenches, can you win simply by just because you've done this before in the way that you had to last year?
You know, for all of Brian Kelly's faults as a head coach, and he has plenty of faults as a head coach, he is 16-0 at LSU when his team is a home favorite. So, like, that's where they are right now. They've lost some big games. They've obviously struggled in season openers before this year, but the games they're supposed to win at home, they have won in the Brian Kelly era. And this is interesting because this line has also gone down. I think LSU opened up as about a 9.5 point favorite. Now it's down to 6.5, 7 in some spots. So people are buying into Florida despite what we all saw last week against USF. But yeah, Brian Kelly in this spot has generally been pretty good. And man, that LSU defense has really impressed me. You're right. Clemson, maybe not the team that most of us thought they were going to be going into this season, but it feels like Blake Baker has that defense playing the way that he wants. That's been the most impressive part of LSU's game through the first couple of weeks of the season. I'm still a believer in Garrett Nussmeier. I think this is a Heisman opportunity for him. Obviously, it's only game 3. He's going to have to stack a bunch of good performances together, but a lot of people are going to be watching this game. If he goes out there and puts up some crazy numbers against Florida, he can kind of elevate himself to the top of that conversation. So, yeah, man, I want to believe that Florida can make this an interesting football game. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not a huge Brian Kelly guy, but again, he wins games like this usually. And I think at some point it just ends for Billy Napier, and he's going to stop having all of these dead cat bounces that he seemingly had like 4 or 5 of last year. I think it starts to spiral a little bit for the Gators, and I think LSU takes care of business.
But think about this. You can lose this game. Let's just say Florida loses this game, but they lose because of a game-winning field goal from Santos on LSU's side. So they keep it close. That might end up being a win in its own right, not because of it's a victory. You never take moral victories. But do you know what happens to Florida after this game? They got a matchup they got a matchup against Miami.
Yep.
They get a matchup against Texas. They get a bye week. Then they get a matchup against, I believe it's Mississippi State. And then they get off Georgia. So, I mean, like, the thing is that you can't turn your head and say, well, we lose this game. If you lose this game outright, you get blown out of the water. And then you have to look at where this program is and what this program is becoming and what you have at store.
Could he get fired midseason? Like, I'm gonna correct you, Cole, because the schedule's actually tougher than you said. Because there's a trip to College Station before that Mississippi State game.
Texas A&M game.
So it's at LSU on Saturday, at Miami next weekend, then the bye, then Texas comes to town, and then the trip to Kyle. So what you can obviously win games as an underdog, but Florida's not going to be favored in any of those games.
No.
Like, it's just not going to happen. So you might need to win 2 of those games.
Oh, you're going to have to.
Yeah. Well, if they lose all 4, Cole, that's a 5-game losing streak, obviously, after the loss to USF. Does Billy Napier even see all of those games? Like, if Texas goes into the swamp, Texas has to look better. We'll know a lot more about both of these teams by October 4th. But let's say Florida loses on Saturday, and then they lose at Miami next Saturday. 2 very possible outcomes.
Yeah.
If Texas goes into the swamp and beats Florida by 2 touchdowns, Does Billy Napier even get to coach that A&M game? Like, at what point do you just rip the Band-Aid off and say that this is done here? We're not even going to give this guy a chance to try to convince us that he's actually a half-decent football coach here.
I think the A&M game is the game.
Okay.
I just think so because of you still have such a season to play. And then again, you also got to remember this from the standpoint of the way boosters work and the way athletic departments work. Let's say that they were to fire him after the Miami game. Let's just go Miami game at this point. Next week.
There's a bye right after that. So maybe before Texas, if they look like crap the next 2 weeks, could they do that to try to somehow salvage this season?
So think about this. What game is that for Florida? How many games are you allowed to redshirt? So why would you fire your coach knowing that Lagway could take a red shirt and immediately want to enter the transfer portal? All these wide receivers and these top 10 prospects that you brought in all want to enter the transfer portal. So it's like the timing is such a big deal because of you still have a season to play. And you don't want to quit because of you already know that you don't have the right coach. You don't have the right offensive identity. You don't have the right defensive coordinator. But you still have 8 more games to worry about. And then all these players have the opportunity to go ahead and say, no, I'm going to do what's best for me, save my eligibility, enter the portal, not be a part of the program anymore, and basically it becomes a wash for a year. Like, that's where we're kind of at. I don't think that Florida's ever going to do that simply because of it's the brand of Florida. So they'd rather go down with the ship this year and then fire Billy probably after the Mississippi State game is right before the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, right?
Yes, there's a bye week in between, but yes.
Okay, so it's like, I think that's a point where you could fire him if you want to, because of you would already have players already in. They'd already have to play out the rest of the eligibility this year. Maybe you can at least salvage it for a bowl game and go 6-6 before you hit reset on that.
Odd.
But that's where we're at. I don't see a scenario where he's fired after the Texas game. I don't see a scenario where he's fired even after the Texas A&M game. It's right after that. It's the Mississippi State game, depending on what you look like.
If I'm like, when we got to the end of the Charlie Strong era in Austin, I was kind of rooting for him to lose. It's a really tough spot to be in as a fan because you never want to root for your team to lose. And like that loss to Kansas in 2016 is one of the most embarrassing losses in school history. But like there was a little piece that I had because I knew that was the end of the Charlie Strong era. Like Texas, they were going to bring in somebody else. They weren't going to give him a year 4 just because, oh, he needs more time or he's a really good guy, whatever. Like if I am a Florida fan right now, it's never fun to root against your team. I'm not like actively booing if I go to the game. I'm not actively cheering when the other team scores a touchdown. But I know in my heart of hearts, the best case scenario for my football team is that they lose these next 4 games and Billy Napier gets canned.
No, it is.
It just is. He's 20-20. You talk about mediocrity. He is 20-20 in his Florida career. Like that's Florida right now is what Texas was for 12 years. Like they keep cycling through coaches. They try to find the right guy. They feel like they have somebody. They have maybe one good year and everyone buys back in and then they resort. Like they are right where Texas was. We've been in their shoes. The best thing for Florida right now is for Billy Napier to prove to everybody that he really is Sunbelt Billy and he's not cut out for this job so they could go start the process of hiring somebody much better who can actually turn things around.
But like the thing is that Florida, and this is where I can't stomach Florida fans, because if you kind of are getting it, you're kind of getting what you paid for. You got rid of Urban Meyer and you want to create a culture that was very similar to how the dominance was underneath him. And so what did you do? You went out and you made some hires with Will Muschamp, and that didn't work on out. And you bring in Jim McElwain, and that didn't work on out. And then you bring in Dan Mullen. And Dan Mullen, who was a disciple underneath Urban, had incredible success as the offensive coordinator, comes and actually brings you somewhat back to that relevancy. He was 31-9 as a head coach at the University of Florida. And because of he made comments about recruiting and the way that you go about with bringing in players and not wanting to turn this into a 24-hour job, you decide to say, nope, not good enough for us anymore. We're going to fire him after one bad year. 2 years in a row, he took that team to the SEC title game. He made things interesting in the world's largest outdoor cocktail party. He won multiple top 10 matchups, but because of he didn't want to recruit And because if he didn't want to develop talent in today's game in college football, where you have a GM, where you have multiple other people that work behind the closed doors that are doing the due diligence of bringing in the right recruits, you said, screw it. We don't want this guy anymore. And Dan Mullen, when he was fired, at worst, was a top 15 coach in college football. But you said, nope, because if he said one negative thing and Kirby called him out and then he loses to Kirby because of it, we're going to send his ass packing. This is what you got to pay for. Yeah. And the other thing is, BK, who do you go after? Like, who do you go after that's going to win over the crowd? Because there's a lot of people that are going to say Alex Golesh because he marched on in and he got a signature win. And there's going to be a bunch of other people that say it's now G5 Golesh. Like, we went from Sunbelt Billy to G5 Golesh. No, I want Marcus Freeman. No. I want Lane Kiffin. No. I want you to make it offer Scott Strickland to get Nick off of the desk and bring him back into coaching. And I'm like, do you hear yourself in the way that you're talking about this? Hey, I would love to own a Maserati. Right? I would love to have a 6-story mansion. I would love to be able to have Kirsten be very content with me asking out Isla Fisher. I very much would like those things. But you know what? That's a pipeline dream. Yeah. And getting a Nick Saban and getting a Marcus Freeman, getting a Dan Lanning, they're not leaving those schools. So who is the right guy that you're actually going to bring in that's changing the culture?
Yeah, Nick Saban's not leaving the verbos, right? Those things aren't going to run themselves. So he's got to handle that. There are some times, Cole, where you can make that argument. It's like, do you want to fire the guy because the grass might not always be greener? Billy Napier has proven that the grass is going to be greener regardless of who you bring in.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that, like, for sure I agree with you.
Got it.
I 100% agree with you that you should go after a new head coach. I'm just saying, who is the guy? Because also, if you're Scott Strickland, you kind of got to swing a little bit big.
Yeah, you have to. You have to. Like, you're not going to excite people with the G5 hire. You're not. Even if it's Alex Golesh, and like you said, I mean, if South Florida beats Miami this week and they end up having a great year, then I still think there's going to be some doubt. So I don't know.
What's going to be really funny to me? So have you heard the theory about the G5 programs?
I don't know.
Have I told you this yet?
I don't know.
So because of the way the schedule works, and when we always complain about G5 programs in college football being in the college football playoff, there's 2 teams that could easily make the college football playoff this year. It's Tulane and it's USF. USF this upcoming weekend faces off against Miami. Let's say they win that game. Their schedule in the American is so relaxing, they should coast their way to an undefeated season. Tulane already has a win against a Power 4 opponent in Northwestern. They face off against Duke this weekend. And then they play Ole Miss. Ole Miss is still an anomaly. We don't really know what they are.
Sure.
They could also be undefeated, or they could go 11-1. Let's say the 11-1 Tulane Green Wave and the 12-0 USF Bulls meet in the American Conference Championship. And let's say that the USF Bulls at an undefeated 12-0 lose to Tulane, and Tulane wins the American Conference. Oh, no. Both are sitting at 12-1. BK, we would have 2 G5 teams in the college football playoff.
No, don't say it, Cole.
And the winner of that game's reward is being the next head coach down in Florida between Alex Golesh and John Summerall.
Oh, man.
Sign me up for that, man. Like, dude, I'm actually rooting for that anarchy.
If South Florida beats Miami this weekend and they start the year with 3 ranked wins at a conference, then they can afford a loss and they'll still make the college football play. I don't care that their loss could be coming against, like, some total jabroni UTSA or something, whatever. Shout out to UTSA. They're not jabronis down there. No. But like they should get in. They're winning games like that. We're all talking about like strength of record and strength of schedule and quality of resume. They'd have those boxes checked. What about everyone brings up the name Lane Kiffin?
He's not going.
Okay.
Look, okay. Here's the reason why. I think the timing just doesn't work out anymore.
Okay.
Because of Layla's down there now. Knox is about ready to finish, get into his sophomore year of high school. His daughter's about to graduate from there. His brother just moved there. His mom just moved there. He recently built a new $3 million mansion. He gets an extension every single year that they get plus 8 wins. And I think there's realistic expectations out in Oxford. I just feel like that what you're getting paid, how well you're doing, and how you've turned Ole Miss into a program that maybe not every year will compete for a college football playoff spot, but every 2 or 3 years, you can at least be in that 9-10 win conversation, and they treat you right there. It's a hard sell if you don't believe that the future of the program can be salvaged in a way that you can do it immediately.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. What about John Gruden? I'm all about the groomers, baby.
I'm sorry.
Okay. No, don't leave. I need you till 9:00. Don't leave.
Okay, here's bottom line. I will never stand for John Gruden being in the SEC. I just won't. Because I also don't think of him as a good coach anymore. Like, the thing is that we can talk about what happened out in Las Vegas and how terrible of a way it ended, because it ended terribly. But can we also admit that the game kind of passed him by when he was out in Las Vegas? Offensively, there was no identity anymore. They were losing by double digits, and it was largely due to the fact that the offense had no juice. And now you're telling me that he's going to be able to do that in college? As we're watching Bill Belichick struggle to put up points against TCU, having his fair share of faults against Charlotte, being only a 4-point favorite against Richmond, an FCS squad. And we're like, oh yeah, but he's a longtime coach, so that means that he's taking his job.
Hey,
can we stop?
As a guy who doesn't root for Florida, I would love to see it. The entertainment factor of John Gruden in the SEC. Are you kidding me? That guy a couple months ago said he would die to coach in this conference.
I'm going to be completely honest here. I would rather Dion.
Okay. If you're a Florida fan, or from the entertainment standpoint?
If you want from both. If you want entertainment and you want a dude that has shown you that he can win, go get Dion. Why not? By the way, he gets to play against his alma mater every single year and remind them that you could have had me as a head coach. There's more fuel.
Right?
There's simply more fuel added to it.
That would be fun. All right, Florida LSU, that game coming up on Saturday night. A couple more SEC games. Colt Thompson filling in for the Buck today. The Buck's got a doctor's appointment. He will be back tomorrow morning. Let's get to the Aggie game right now. We'll save.
Who do you have in this game, by the way?
LSU.
I have Florida with the points.
Okay, but LSU win, but Florida covers. Is that where you're at?
When it was at 8.5, I said that's just too big of a line to pass up.
All right. I've got LSU winning and LSU covering right now. What about the Aggies at Notre Dame? Texas A&M 2-0 on the young season. They played UTSA and Utah State. Not really the most quality opponents out there. Notre Dame is coming off a bye, the rare week 2 bye. Of course, we all saw the Irish lose at Miami on the opening Sunday of the college football season. They've had 2 weeks to get ready for this game against A&M. These two teams played last year in College Station in the season opener. Notre Dame ended up winning that game by 10. It's kind of close throughout. Notre Dame pulled away in the fourth quarter. This time the Aggies have to go to South Bend to go up against Touchdown Jesus, Marcus Freeman, and Notre Dame. Where are you at with the Aggies here? Do you give them a chance to get it done?
Your favorite quarterback has to ball out.
Yeah, I never root for the Aggies to win. I think that's obvious. I really don't want them to win this week, because if they do, we're going to hear about A&M being a playoff dark horse. It's like, oh, they're 3-0. That was one of their most difficult games. Now you look at their schedule. They only have this, and this, and this could be a team that goes 10-2 and gets into the college football. I don't want that. I don't want the Aggies riding high ever. Bucky and I differ on this, Cole. I don't know if you know this. Bucky wants A&M to be 11-0 going into the Texas game every year, so Texas can just crush their hopes and dreams at the end of the season. It
doesn't work like that, Bucky.
I know, especially not now in the 12-team playoff. I'm like, you want the Aggies to make the playoff either way? And he's like, yeah, I just want them to be confident going into Texas, and I want to ruin their season. Now, I want them to lose every week. I really want them to lose this game. Not that I root for Notre Dame often, but I can't handle hearing Aggie confidence, Cole. That makes me really mad. I don't like it.
Bucky, you want them to be 9-2 going into the Texas game, because at 9-2, if they win that game, they're 10-2 and they go to the college football playoff, because 10 wins get you in. 3 losses and 9 wins doesn't guarantee anything. So if they're 9-2, you crush their souls by not only beating the brakes off of them, but also by making sure that they're left out of the college football playoff. So that's the way you go about it. Like,
how about
right on the
0 and
verge.
11? How about 0 and 11, and then you put the finishing touches on a winless season?
Listen, no Texas fans going to be complaining about that.
Yeah,
and they should be. Also, BK, it's Texas A&M. You and I both know Texas A&M.
I know.
There is they were unranked against Nick Saban. Nick Saban, number 1 team in the country, Heisman Trophy winning quarterback that season, All-American pass rusher Will Anderson. And by sheer dumb luck and a great game plan, and probably Jimbo Fisher's finest moment in College Station history, they beat the number 1 team in the country. And 2 weeks later, they proceed to lose to Mississippi State. A&M wakes up for the big games. That has been a tradition like no other out in College Station. They always show up for the signature matchups. They may not win those games, but they look the part. It's when they face off against inferior conversation. It's when they wake up. It's when they play against Arkansas or a Florida team that has no hope or a Mississippi State roster. That's when you got to ask yourself, are they going to deliver? Because those are the games that you are wondering about. Are they going to find a way to lose? And when that happens, when they beat those teams, then I'll change my tune on Texas A&M.
Okay.
But I do think that Texas A&M has a good matchup. I mean, I think that this is a very good game in their favor. Number one, I know that you don't believe in him. I get it. I know that you think that he is a overrated dude. Marcel Reed has been one of the better quarterbacks in college football the last 2 weeks. Like, you may hate him, and I get it. The overall competition has not been there. But he has 8 touchdowns against 0 turnovers, a completion percentage around 66.7%, passer rating over 215. He's looked the part. Like, he has been such a good gem for what this offense needs. And the wide receivers that they brought in, Mario Craver and Casey Concepcion, look awesome. They're going to all have to be on display in this game. Because if you play a lot of physical press man coverage, so you may end up losing some matchups because of you just can't get off the line of scrimmage. But if you start taking those shots and you realize that if you're if you realize if you're Texas A&M, maybe you're willing to go 3 and out 2 or 3 times, because it's going to then force the defense to realize you're playing a game where it's all about the physicality on the outside. Okay, then you run up the middle and you have 4 running backs that are all really, really good. Yep. Le'Veon Moss, Ruben Owens, Amari Daniels. They would be starting in probably 100 different colleges across college football this year. That's just how well you have a good ground game this year. And that's something that I think that both Colin Klein and Mike Elko put an emphasis on this offseason, was guarantee that we have a physical ground and pound attack that will take pressure off of our quarterback to have to deliver. And so far, the quarterback has had to deliver, but that doesn't mean that it can't turn to the rushing attack at any point in the season. They easily could just say, you know what? Now we're going to go put everything into the ground. We're going to trust that 8's going to get the job done. We're going to trust that Ruben Owens can be a 3-down thumper. He can be a difference maker, and that ends up being the benefactor. For Notre Dame, bottom line, you and I both saw the game against Miami. CJ Carr was able to kind of pull it together, and he had a good couple of last drives in the fourth quarter, make things interesting. But, like, why are you putting so much pressure on your quarterback when you have 2 running backs that are arguably elite? And one of which is the best running back in college football, Jeremiah Love. Mm-hmm. Jeremiah Love should, at minimum, per game, get 25 carries. He had 11 in the matchup against Notre Dame. He would finish 3rd on the team in rushing, behind CJ Carr and Jadarian Price. How do you not make sure that you go after that as your game plan? Especially when you look at Robert Henry at UTSA, putting up 177 yards and averaging 6.7 yards a play. And I get it, the 75-yard touchdown run, you negate that play, they're still giving up 4.8 yards a play. Robert Henry's a decent running back. You want to know who's a great running back? Jeremiah freaking Love. So why are you not putting an emphasis on him being the force of your team? Yep. And if you want Texas A&M to win this football game, make sure that they meet you with the physicality. Make sure that they meet you when it comes to the way that you run the football. And if they can do that, then you still have a good wide receiver room. Like, a lot of people do not look at Notre Dame and say, well, their offensive personnel is that great. No, they have good receivers. Jaden Greathouse is phenomenal. Will Pauling comes on in from Wisconsin. Very good slot receiver. Malachi Fields from Virginia. I think it'd have a really big time game. They like their tight end room. They like their offensive line that can protect CJ Carr. I think Carr did enough to prove that he was the right quarterback to lead this team last week when they faced off against Miami. and you get the game at home. But show that you can win with versatility in a Mike Denbrock offense that feels more comfortable to run with a guy like CJ Carr over Riley Leonard did last season.
Yeah, it's a big game. It's a big game for Notre Dame, right? I mean, they're already 0-1, and I don't know if they have the schedule that would assure them a spot in the college football playoff if they have 2 losses,
They
right?
do.
Like
Now, okay.
maybe because they're Notre Dame and they're the brand and they bring in the TVs, like maybe they'll get in, but they don't have a lot of opportunities for statement wins, Cole. And there are going to be some folks arguing against Notre Dame at the end of the year if they're 10-2 and the 2 losses are against like the 2 good teams that they played this year.
So here's my theory when it comes to the college football playoff right now. It's not about the losses, it's about the wins. I think that until we see the committee actually go ahead and say, this game mattered more to this matchup than this game mattered to this matchup, so a 9-3 team is getting in over a 10-2 roster, I think the committee cares more so about 10 wins than 2 losses.
Yeah, you might be right. Notre Dame, they could argue that they're going into the playoff on a 10-game win streak, right? If they start 0-2, end up 10-2, well, you can do the math right there. But I'm looking at the quality of wins. I mean, at Arkansas.
What if Arkansas goes 7-5?
Boise.
It's still an SEC.
Their best win is a 7-5 win?
Hold up.
I mean, they got USC on the schedule, or are we buying into Lincoln Riley?
9-3?
That would help. That would obviously help their case. I mean, Boise State's on this schedule. Like, it's a pretty ugly final 10 games for Notre Dame. So, look, opportunities for them to win, but, like, not a lot of opportunities to prove that you're worthy of a spot in the college football playoff.
So there's 4 games after these 2 that I think you can truly prove, depending on what happens with the other matchups. Like, that's the other teams still have to deliver. But Arkansas still is an SEC team, and you play in their backyard. That's going to count for something. You have the matchup against NC State. NC State right now is a team that at least could be competitive in the ACC. I'm not saying that that's fair, but what if they go 10-2 and they're in the hunt for the college football playoff and you have a win over them?
That's such a what if. That's such a big what if, Cole.
USC is one where right now the offense is top 5 in scoring, top 5 in rushing, top 5 in total points. And then Pitt on the road.
Pitt?
I like Pitt a lot.
You're killing me here.
I love Pitt.
Oh.
In fact, BK, I picked at the start of the year Notre Dame to lose to Pitt.
Okay.
So I'm very high on Pitt this season. I think they could be a 10-win team in the ACC.
You're very high, I think, is what you meant to say. You could have stopped.
I could have just stopped there. Yeah. I'm high on Pitt. You mean Puff? Yes,
yeah,
that's
there you go.
Again, it's Notre Dame. Branding matters. Logo does play a factor,
of course.
And until proven otherwise, it's not about the 2 or 3 losses. It's about the 10 or 11 wins.
Yeah.
That's just the case. Because let's be real, you and I can both look just generically at college football. Alabama, Ole Miss, South Carolina. The way that they played it down the stretch, maybe you can take out Alabama, but still, they were better than an 11-2 SMU team. They were more battle-tested than an 11-2 SMU team. SMU was 11-1, and they played in their conference championship.
Yeah.
They cared more about the 11 wins than they did about the 9 combined ranked wins by those 9-3 SEC teams. They cared more about the double-digit victories than they cared about the 3 losses. So if Notre Dame is ending up finishing the year 10-2, doesn't really matter. They're 10-2. Yeah. That's going to be something until proven otherwise that I think plays a much bigger factor.
We'll see. It's only 1 year of a sample size of the 12-team playoff, right? So, look, SMU, they played in a conference title game. Notre Dame won't have that opportunity this year. So, I think SMU was better than those teams you mentioned? Probably not, but I don't think it's right to get punished for a game that other teams don't have to play. So, exactly. Notre Dame won't – it's apples to oranges, but it's still fruit. So, I think there are some fair comps. We'll see. It's a bigger game. It's a huge game for A&M. This is a huge statement opportunity for Mike Elko, is it not? I mean, Texas A&M, by the way, 3-11 in their last 14 road games. Some of that obviously is the Jimbo Fisher era, but they have to prove that they could go on the road and beat some half-decent teams, right? And also A&M, if you've been betting on them, they're 0-7 against the spread in their last 7 games. So they are obviously underdogs in this one. If that trend continues and they don't cover, that means they're going to lose, and they're going to lose by more than a touchdown on Saturday. But it's a great opportunity for Mike Elko to prove that, no, this era of A&M football is going to be different.
Texas A&M has not beaten a team that has finished the year inside the top 25 on the road since 2014.
Wow. That is unbelievable.
11 years.
So that's Kevin Sumlin too. That's not just Jimbo. That's the Pudgy Summy days of A&M football.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's telling right there. So a true opportunity to prove that, yeah, Texas A&M football is different right now. And I'm not that high on Notre Dame, to be honest with you. I really wasn't going into the season. And I told Bucky we were doing our playoff predictions, and I'm like, I don't think Notre Dame's that good, but I can't find a 12 team to put into the playoffs, so I'm just going to throw them in, which I don't know if I deserve credit for anything yet. It's too early to tell. But like I don't think they're that good, but I don't trust A&M in games like this, dude. I have questions about CJ Carr. There's no doubt. Didn't love everything I saw from Notre Dame in game 1. But the Aggies on the road in big spots have not been very good. And I think Marcus Freeman, with 2 weeks to prepare, his defense is going to come up with a game plan to confuse Marcel Reed enough and do a couple of turnovers. I don't think this is a high scoring game. Look, last year was 23-13. I wouldn't be surprised if the score is, combined somewhere in the 30s again this year. But I'm going to go with the Fighting Irish at home, Cole, taking care of business.
Give me the upset.
Oh, wrong team favored.
Give me Texas.
Wow.
Give me Texas A&M. I don't know what it is. I just feel like at some point the dam has got to break. I think that there's enough questions that you have right now. Here's the big thing that I wonder about. Do you remember what happened in that game in the fourth quarter against Miami? Ruben Bain went off. Ruben Bain, the defensive end, just took it over. And he made mincemeat of Notre Dame's right side of the offensive line. Cassius Howell had 3 sacks in a row last week against Utah State. And it's Utah State and it's Notre Dame. Not comparing these two. This is not fruits. This is vegetables versus fruits. It's a complete night and day difference. But Cassius Howell can take on over a game. That he could easily manipulate a young quarterback in his first start at home to deliver and force that turnover. And I just like what I've seen from Marcel Reed.
Okay.
I just like what I like from Marcel Reed.
He's looked pretty good so far. There's no doubt. But like you said, a big step up in competition from what he's seen in the first couple of games. But this is an interesting one, man. Top 16 matchup. A&M ranked number 16 right now. Notre Dame at number 8. The Irish 6.5-point favorites. 6:30 Saturday night. All right, we'll get to Cole. I want to get your thoughts on Texas and UTEP a little bit. Also, we'll talk a little Vandy, South Carolina, because don't sleep on that game now. I know there's a lot of other great matchups coming up on Saturday.
That is a disgusting betting line, by the way. That hurts if you're a gambler. Like, you have to be a degenerate to want to play that game.
That is, I'm so excited for that game. I'm so excited for that game. There's a lot at stake there. Vanderbilt has lost 16 in a row against South Carolina, so they're chomping at the bit to get a win over the Cox. But before we dive back in to the college football, and before we continue our conversation about the SEC with Cole Thompson of SEC Unfiltered, how about a quick word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave?
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Head over to covertbeecave.com for more information about them. Also, a shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Hey, if you want to upgrade your home, new kitchen, new bathroom, maybe you've got a growing family and you want to add on to your home. Maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space. Whatever you want to do, McCall Custom Homes can turn your dreams into reality. Custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas. They've been around for 40 years. That's right. And all of their experience has been right here in Central Texas. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly special. The Buck has had work done by McCall Custom Homes at his place. Rodney has had work done by McCall Custom Homes at his place. We trust our places to McCall Custom Homes, and it's not just us. Tons of 5-star reviews online. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Go check them out. And right now, they are offering free estimates to TSU listeners. All you have to do to get more info is head over to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And a shout out to our friends at the Hecht Law Firm as well. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas, a guy who's been a friend of mine for more than a decade, and a guy who's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade. If you or someone you know gets hurt in a car crash, gets injured on the job, whatever, any kind of personal injury, you got to go with the best. And you got to go with somebody who is going to be there for you every step of the way. Not the jabronis you see on TV spending all of your money on Rolls Royces and private jets, or hosting podcasts with little girls, or standing on top of cars. That's weird. You don't want to hang out with those people. You don't want to do business with those people. You want to do business with someone who is going to fight for you. And the best part about Hurricane Hecht, no fees unless he wins your case. That's right. You do not pay unless he gets money in your pocket. 512-938-8929. Find out more at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com. All right, Cole. I want to get your thoughts on Texas through a couple of games. I don't want to spend too much time talking about Ohio State because that's a bad memory for the majority of our audience. But your thoughts on what you've seen from Arch Manning through these first couple of weeks, and your thoughts on what you've seen from the Texas Longhorns through the first 2 weeks here in 2025.
I wonder if he makes that face when he goes number 2. I wonder if that's going to be it. I do. I don't know. Okay. Defensively, you're fine. I know that you gave up a few points late in the fourth quarter against San Jose State. I still think San Jose State's going to find a way to make it to the Mountain West Conference title game. I just do. There's part of me that says Ken Niumatolo's roster is going to be good enough to where it ends up actually being kind of a bigger win on paper than it needs to be for Texas. You should have won that game by double digits. You didn't find a way to cover. But much like against Kirby Smart, I would say Lane Kiffin on days where he's not playing against inferior competition, you just want to walk away with the win. You don't care about the betting odds. It never has been a big deal for you. Lane could have easily gotten a 4th down stop against Mark Stoops, and instead he lets him kick a field goal, and the under hits. That's just the way it is. Defensively, they're going to be fine. They have great depth. They have one of the best linebacking duos because not enough people talk about LaFalu as well as they do about Anthill. They have a good pass rush. They've always had a good pass rush. They're going to continue to have a good pass rush. Secondary, I think, is going to be fine. Yeah. It's Arch. It is. Now, Parker Livingston has been awesome. And I think that, again, having that relationship where you live with the quarterback is really beneficial. It's very clear he is going to be a big part of the passing game this year. I don't know if he is going to be the wide receiver number 1 like some people are already making him out to be. From a talent standpoint, Ryan Wingo still, I think, has all the upside in the world. We still haven't seen Emmett Mosley play. Emmett Mosley was a phenomenal receiver last season at Stanford. But if you have a security blanket, it doesn't matter if he ends up being wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 4, it's a benefactor. Jack Andrews looked awesome on Saturday. You saw the reason why he was brought into Austin as a receiving threat for this offense. Arch is still Arch. And I think the thing is that we got 5 minutes of incredible play where everything that you want to see from him, all of the things that you wanted to know he was good at, all of the little tidbits that you felt like weren't on display a couple of weeks ago. What are you doing? Sorry, my dog's sneezing. Or is she throwing up?
Uh-oh. We've got a yakking dog on TSU this morning.
Anyways, now she's not doing it on something that's hard, so I can clean that up in a little bit. That's what she said. 5 minutes of great play from Arch was what we got on Saturday. It was fantastic to see the deep ball there. His communication skills were through the roof. He was phenomenal when it came to decision making. And then it felt like regression kind of set on in. I mean, not a lot, but like the same mistakes that we were seeing with the arm motion and the rush throws and the inability to kind of read the defense, like they were back on display. And maybe that could just be one bad game or yet another thing that he's trying to work on through. Or maybe that's a part of his system. We don't have enough information yet. But it is something that I'm going to be monitoring in this matchup against UTEP is, are we getting Arch 3 or 4 times, 3 or 4 drives where he just looks the part? He's phenomenal being able to make some great reads. Or is he a guy that is going to have his fair share of faults? Or was this, again, just a really, really, really rocky game against San Jose State where he wasn't able to kind of figure out his immunity and identity? But you know what? Those are just growing pains.
Yeah. I mean, I thought there were big improvements from week 1 to week 2. Of course, you got to take the opponent into consideration. That definitely helps, but there's a lot more to like from Arch Manning's week 2 than I just thought he looked more comfortable back there in the pocket. And, 5 touchdowns. It may be the most criticized 300-yard, 5-touchdown game of all time. Some of the stats were pretty good. Some of the plays he made were pretty good. Obviously, we got to see the rushing ability on display with that 20-yard touchdown scamper in the third quarter where he made a couple of guys miss and tiptoed the sideline. Like, he got to see some of that ability there. But you're right. I mean, there's still some moments where the mechanics aren't where they need to be, which leads to some inaccuracies there. There's still a couple of moments, and they talked about this on the TV broadcast, where, Arch just didn't take the shots down the field that were there. And I don't know if it's he just didn't see them or he just wasn't confident enough in his arm to make those throws. I don't know. So there's still obviously some things to learn. But if we see that type of improvement from Arch Manning week over week, the way we saw from week 1 to week 2, I think he and I think Texas is going to be just fine, because he looked, again, you take the opponent into consideration. Obviously, playing at home helps. There's no doubt about that. But there was so much more to like from Arch in game 2 than there was in game 1. So I still feel good about him. But yeah, I mean, this Texas offense as a whole, Cole, I mean, they're like 110th in third down offense. They're 120th in red zone offense. They're, I think, 124th in penalties. And some of those have been on the defense and on special teams as well. But a lot of those, the majority of those, have been on the offensive side of the football. So there are still some overall problems with this offense that absolutely need to get fixed up before SEC play begins. And I get it, when you're the quarterback, some of that falls on you and some of that should fall on Arch because he hasn't been perfect. But I just, I think a lot of the Texas struggles on offense have been due to the other 10 guys around him maybe just not doing their part this year. Like I thought the offensive line struggled more than they should have against San Jose State. The fact that Texas ran the ball better against Ohio State than against San Jose State is still baffling to me. You had 3 drops by Texas pass catchers in that game against San Jose State, which is annoying. Like, there's still some overall issues for this offense that need to get cleaned up. And look, the good news is you got 2 more games to do it. Like, I know Florida's bad right now, Cole. So I still think I would pick Texas to beat Florida if that game was this Saturday. Yeah. But like, I feel a hell of a lot better that game is, 3 weeks from Saturday, because there's still plenty of areas of improvement for this Texas team to make on offense that I would like to see in these next 2 games.
There also is a part of me, and again, like, we as college football fans, because of the way that the news was brought up and the way that not you or I, but some people decide to exacerbate the Arch narrative, are always going to criticize him. We're going to criticize him unless he doesn't have a 500-yard passing game, 7 touchdown scores on every single drive, and a perfect passer rating. Like, there's just going to be those ways. So we're criticizing, again, a game where we don't look at over 300 total yards of offense and 5 touchdowns. Like, we still criticize that. Is part of that on the play calling, though? Because to me, that's an issue where Steve Sarkisian, when we get more into conference play, and if we see the growth and the maturity and the up-tempo of the passing attack get more involved and Arch get more comfortable, and yet still we're seeing stalls in like the third quarter on drives, is that where we start looking at maybe the play calling being the issue?
I think a lot of Texas fans are already doing that, right? I mean, last year you saw some Texas fans calling for Steve Sarkisian to hire an offensive play caller.
Yeah.
And I think, really after the Ohio State game, but through these first couple of weeks of the season, I think there are more Longhorn fans who are asking for that right now. So, look, I thought the play calling was good enough to beat Ohio State. Like, if Arch Manning just plays a C+ game or a B- game, I think Sark had a good enough game plan to where Texas wins. But it's a recurrence of a theme. Like, we saw it with Ryan Day at Ohio State, right? That guy won a lot of games. That guy made a lot of playoffs, but he wasn't winning the big one. Ohio State fans were getting impatient, and I think Ryan Day's hand was forced a little bit. He had to hire an offensive coordinator, and it worked out for them. They won a national championship the first year he made that decision. So I think there are some Texas fans who are maybe a little jealous. That's fair. Being jealous of a team that just won a national championship and has beaten you twice in this calendar year. Like, you would like to be them instead of you right now. So I think there are some Longhorn fans who are like, they're seeing what Ryan Day did and the success that he had, and they're wondering, like, hey, maybe that is the best course of action here. So it's not going to happen midseason. It shouldn't happen this season. No. But it's a storyline, Cole. Like, if this Texas team, if this offense continues to struggle, and let's say Texas doesn't make the playoff this year, or let's say they make it, but they lose in round one. Like, they come up short of where they've been the last 2 years. Like, there are going to be some fans. I don't think Sark will ever want to do it, but you wonder if some conversation is had between Chris Del Conte and Steve Sarkisian where it's like, hey, man, it's harder to be a college football coach now than it's ever been, Cole. It's never been easy, but now you've got NIL and the transfer portal and, massaging these egos and keeping guys happy at your place. And, you're still recruiting and doing all of these other things. Like, there has never been more CEO-ing to being a college football coach than there is right now. And then it's Texas on top of all of that. And everybody knows the politics and, like, the people pleasing you have to do when you're the head coach here. So there could be a conversation of, hey, man, like, we want you to focus on that. We just want to take something off your plate a little bit. Let's maybe consider bringing somebody else in. It could be a conversation that's had at some point down the road.
It's not the way that Eli Drinkwitz had to go out and hire Kirby Moore. When Eli Drinkwitz hired Kirby Moore, it was because of Mizzou was on the verge of firing him. And they said, you need to get rid of the offensive play calling. You need to give up something. That way you can focus in on being a head coach. So he goes out and he hires a guy from San Diego State, and they end up putting up together back-to-back 10-win seasons. Like, that's a necessity. Jimbo Fisher, when he got told, you have to hire an offense coordinator, and he brings in Bobby Petrino, was because if he got told, if you don't do this, we're going to fire you.
Yeah.
So it's not at that level, but it's just at a level of, if not now, when? Like, if you don't realize that your offense is stale, or that you need to take something off of your plate, or something is clearly not working on our end and you need to correct it, if not, then when are we going to get to that level? Because it feels like that we're right on the verge with the inept play calling at ill-advised times, and certainly moments where people are starting to turn not on Sark, but they're starting to feel like that with Texas. Hey, here's the bottom line. The offense right now, it's missing something. I don't know what it is, but we can't have all of this personnel and average 28 to 30 points game. We need to be averaging more.
I think you got to remember that, and I know people don't want to hear this, but it's a pretty inexperienced Texas offense. Like, you'll look at the preseason number one ranking and say, well, who cares? They're preseason number one. They should look better. I saw a stat the other day. I'm going to pull it up to make sure I'm getting it right. I think Texas right now, through the first 2 weeks of the college football season, I think the Longhorns rank 5th in terms of percentage of yards gained by underclassmen. So it's a relatively young offense right now. I mean, only 3 starters back from last year. Obviously, one of them on the offensive line. Trey Wisner, your number one running back, missed last week. You're breaking in a new quarterback. Yeah, he's been there for 3 years, but like, there's a lot of new on this Texas offense. Yeah. So reasonable to think it's going to take a little bit of time. Obviously, everybody saw the offense on full display against Ohio State, and people overreact to big games like that. People overreact to week 1 like that. But this thing, it's going to be a work in progress right now. Here's 2 things that Steve Sarkisian has to clean up, Cole, to try to put that argument to bed and show that he could still be this play caller moving forward. The starts of games have not been good enough at all.
No.
I know our audience has heard me say this stat a lot, but I don't think you have, so I got to kill our audience with this one more time. Texas has played 32 games since the start of the 2023 season. That means they've had 32 opening drives. They've scored points on 9 of those 32 first drives. Like, you'll hear on the TV broadcast that Steve Sarkisian is some elite scripter. He's one of the best opening game coaches in college football. That's like a narrative that's out there. That has not been the case at all. So they have to get off to faster starts, like not just the first drive, but early in the first quarter, early in the third quarter. They got to come out of the locker room with a little bit more spunk on offense. And then the red zone. That's the obvious one. Like, it killed you at the end of 2023, killed you at the end of 2024. You went 0 for 2 against Ohio State to start 2025. You had 2 red zone turnovers against San Jose State, Cole. So, like, those things right there, those situational things, of course, some of it falls on the players. They've got to execute. But when it's fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on whatever, or the once is a coincidence, twice is I don't know. Shit, I don't do expressions clearly, but it's bad. So there absolutely are things that need to change in this offense for, I think, this fan base as a whole to feel super confident that, like, hey, Sark is still this team's best option to be the offensive play caller.
And he still could, but right now you just need the juice. And maybe it's not even a fast start. The thing is that do me a favor. Let's say that you're up 14-0 going at the end of the first quarter, but you go 3 and out on the opening drive. Okay. Maybe that's what you consider a fast start. You're still up by 2 scores and your defense is doing its job. It's just something has got to show. It can't be 3-0 going into the second quarter and then you get up to 27-0. Like, that's what we can't see.
Yeah, they've had, they played 4 halves of football this year. And again, I know a stat our audience has heard a few times, so sorry to repeat it for y'all. But they've had 4 halves this year, and their first 2 drives in each of those halves means they've had 8 drives at the start of the first or third quarters. They have 3 total points on those 8 drives. Like, it can't take you 3 or 4 possessions to get into a rhythm offensively.
Right.
Like, again, it's early, breaking in a lot of new faces, plenty of time for that not to be a thing. But that's a disturbing trend. Against Ohio State is one thing, but you do that against San Jose State, and it's like, dude, you got to get off to faster starts because you do not want to be playing catch up when you get to SEC play. And, luckily this defense is national championship good, so they're always going to keep Texas around. But you'd like to hold up your end of the bargain a little bit more. You'd like to carry your weight a little bit more on that side of the ball. And that's something, again, it's UTEP. You're 41-point favorites on Saturday. So some people won't care, but I will care. There's a lot that I want to see from this offense on Saturday from an eye test standpoint that will make me feel better about those issues being resolved.
Is it bad that right now I'm taking UTEP with the points?
I don't think so. I mean, it's a lot of points. Like, UTEP's not very good, but it's a lot of points.
If Malachi Nelson does Malachi Nelson things that he did last week against, who was it? Permian Basin?
No, UT Martin, Cole.
Martin. There we
Martin.
go. It was the other bird team that plays at the FCS level. Regardless, if he does that kind of stuff, backdoor cover can hit.
Yeah, I guess.
A lot.
I think my bigger fear is, like, how good do you feel about Texas scoring 42 points right now? Like, I think they should. I think the over-under is like 51 in this game. So Texas is a 42 or 41 to 42 point favorite, depending on where you look. And the over-under is like 52. So it's like they're basically telling you that they don't think UTEP's going to score a whole lot in this game.
Okay.
So can Texas get to 45, 48, 50? Like, that's the number a lot of Longhorn fans were hoping for last week. And Jarrett Gibson, if he doesn't fumble, maybe they get there. Yeah. But they got to 38. So it's like, do you trust them to score enough to cover that line?
Well, think about this. They end up getting up 42-0. You feel like that you won the bet. And Malachi Nelson just has an emphatic drive that sets up a field goal. And it's 42-3 final score. Like, I could see that happening.
I guess I could too. I don't know. Like, I would lean Texas covering. We'll give our picks. I was right last week. I mean, I had San Jose State covering. But I would lean the Longhorns covering. I went and watched that UTEP UT Martin game last night, and UTEP won. They won pretty easily, but you could tell a difference between these two teams. And it's a pretty big difference between these two teams. So
I don't see them scoring more than 10 points.
I don't either. I think San Jose State's offense is probably better than UTEP's, and they got a touchdown against Texas. So I think they'll score. I don't think it'll be a shutout. I would love to be wrong, but I don't think it gets to double digits. All right, we'll take your thoughts. A little Texas football conversation. Of course, the Buck will be back with us tomorrow. We're also going to have a UTEP guest join the show, so we'll get a little bit more of a deep dive preview of Saturday's matchup. Friendly reminder that our pregame show will be live at Schultz Garden this Saturday before the game. It's an interesting kick time, 3:15 for Texas. So our pregame show will start at 12:45 at Schultz Garden. If you're looking for a place to hang out before the game, I don't think I have to tell y'all about Schultz Garden. It is an iconic spot, just a stone's throw away from DKR. Come by before the game or come by and watch the game there. Tons of TVs. They also have that indoor Sangarunde Hall at the back that is air-conditioned with a giant screen in there. So if you're worried about the heat being a factor, you can watch inside at Schultz Garden. Tons of great beer, tons of great food, and great times had by all. Okay, Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com is going to join us in a little less than 10 minutes. We'll get his picks for the upcoming football weekend. Cole, if you want to clean up some dog yak, this would be a good time. Do you need to do that?
Nah, I got it.
Okay. All right. Cool. There she is. Paisley, right?
Yep. Pace.
Nice.
Say hi, Pace.
There you go, Pace. Hi, Pace. Bye, Pace. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for joining the show. Good girl.
A couple of quick sponsor shout outs here. We will start with the word from our man, Tom McKay, and our great friends at AV Consultation.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Love AV Consultations. Also love Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you could find in the great state of Texas. What a great Thursday night football game we have tonight in the NFL. The Commanders in Green Bay to take on the Packers. Both teams 1-0 on the year. Should be a fun one. Jade Daniels against Jordan Love. Obviously, Micah Parsons still plays for the Packers, unfortunately. But, hey, that's the start of a great football weekend. Good college game tonight. Tons of great college action this weekend. Another great slate of NFL games on Sunday and into Monday. You need a great beer to accompany all of your football watching all season long. Make that Altstadt beer. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg. But, again, easy to find all over the state, whether you're here in Austin, if you're in H-Town, if you're in DFW, if you're in San Antonio, if you're at the grocery store over these next couple of days, or if you're just hitting the town, going to bars and restaurants to watch all of the action, make sure you are looking for the best. That is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right, Cole, I think I got to double check and see if Lee's going to be talking about this game, but I want to get your thoughts. We'll go a little quick with these two. Vanderbilt at South Carolina. Saturday night. South Carolina is the 11th ranked team in the country right now. Vanderbilt is unranked. I know you're not happy with the fact that Vanderbilt is unranked, despite their
cowards at the AP poll. They're cowards.
Despite their slaughtering of Virginia Tech at Lane Stadium this past Saturday night. But that used to be a tough place to win. Not so much anymore. South Carolina has won 16 in a row against Vandy. It's been ugly for the Commodores in this one, but obviously Vanderbilt football, they're different now. And, people were wondering if what happened last year was just a fluke, just a one-year wonder. Are they going to resort back to being Vanderbilt here in 2025? Small sample size, but so far so good. Cole, obviously a huge opportunity to prove to the college football world that, no, last year wasn't a fluke. We're actually a team that you've got to deal with right now.
The problem is that, and I had a conversation with both a South Carolina fan and a Vanderbilt fan about this. South Carolina fans know that even when they are putting themselves in a position where they think that they can be really, really good or really, really bad, they know they're going to beat Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt fans think It doesn't matter if we can score 2,000 points. We have the number one quarterback in the country. We're competing for the Super Bowl. We can solve world hunger. We can fix cancer. We're going to lose to South Carolina. Like, that's just the way that they think about it, because if they haven't won since 2007, think of all of the financial gains and all of the technological advances we've seen since the last time Vanderbilt was able to beat up on South Carolina. Even in the years where South Carolina was the worst team, Vanderbilt had a 9-win season in that campaign, twice with James Franklin as their head coach. And they still proceeded to lose to South Carolina in those years. Like, that's just where we are in this matchup. But they have the quarterback to do it. Like, if you ever needed a quarterback to win you a football game at Vanderbilt, you got the guy in Diego Pavia. Like, he alone is just going to make this thing interesting and must-see TV. Because if he'll wield his way and force everybody to basically take the steroids that come from Satan himself, if that's what it takes to win a football game. Like, that's his mentality. I don't lose. I refuse to lose. I'm better than you in every single way, shape, and form, and now I'm going to back it up on the field. But on the flip side, you have Lenore Sellers. Yeah. And it's like, as long as you have him as your quarterback, you have a shot. And the games at Willie B, it's a night matchup. There's 3 aliens on South Carolina's roster, when you throw in Nick Harbor and Dylan Stewart as well. It's hard for me to pick in any scenario where, even if Vanderbilt plays an exceptional game plan, until I see it, much like when it comes to the Tennessee game, South Carolina owns this rivalry. They just do. And you have a quarterback that can go toe-to-toe with anybody in the country. And these are the games that you need to kind of stack on up when trying to put together a Heisman case. And I have him winning the Heisman, and I think that he will do that. That's why I got 24-21 final score, South Carolina winning.
Okay, so Vanderbilt cover, though. You think they make this interesting?
I think it has to. When you have that offense, when you have Diego Pavia as your quarterback, when Trey Richardson, who's been awesome for this offense, kind of gets to win his one-on-one battles, I think it's going to be close. Like, just it's not going to be a game where you think like, oh, Vanderbilt's terrible. It's just like, South Carolina, this is why they're ranked number 11.
Yeah, you have the common opponent between these two teams, and I don't know how much people care about that, but we did see on a neutral field, South Carolina, look, they beat Virginia Tech. There was never a whole lot of doubt that they weren't going to beat Virginia Tech, but that game was close for a while, and it ended up being, a 13-point win, I think, for South Carolina in game 1. And then, Vanderbilt went into Blacksburg and just ran away from Virginia Tech. I mean, pitched a second-half shutout and dominated that game on the road. So if you care about that kind of thing, then maybe Vanderbilt is your pick this week. I want to pick Vandy so bad.
I want to pick Vandy so bad, but I can't.
I can't do it. By the way, you used the word rivalry. Is this a rivalry? They just play each other a lot.
It's like, okay, is LSU and Florida really a rivalry? Like, do we view it in the same token in light of like a rivalry matchup? No, it's just a game between two teams with really passionate fan bases that truly hate each other. But it's not a rivalry. Alabama versus Georgia is not a rivalry. The other game that we're probably going to talk about real fast, Ole Miss versus Arkansas, not a rivalry. There's not like a big matchup with it. But they don't like each other. And there's a reason not to like them. And that's South Carolina and Vandy. They just do not like each other.
Interesting. Yeah, like I wonder, next year the SEC is going to 9 conference games, obviously, and each team.
This will not be on either one of their.
Okay, that's the thing I was going to ask. Like, to me, your only chance of being a rivalry in the SEC is if you are on one of those 3 regular games, right? Like, I think every Texas fan expects it to be OU, A&M, and Arkansas. Those are rivalries, no questions. Like that to me is like, even some of those games I'm not sure are true rivalries, but to have a chance to prove to me that you are a real rivalry, you have to be one of those 3 games moving forward.
Do you have a cute name that goes along with it?
That works, yeah. A name, a trophy, something like that. Like, give me that. These are 2 teams that play each other a lot.
Like, I get it. Like Jake, I see in the comment section, Florida versus LSU, not a rivalry. Yeah, it is. It is, but it isn't. Name the trophy that is given out every single year between these 2, other than a shoe being thrown around and maybe a coach getting fired. Like, do we keep the shoe? Is that what it is? Russell Wilson's boot is now part of the rivalry.
It should be. All right. Well, let's get the expert opinion on this game, because this is one of the games we're going to talk about with our man Lee Sterling of ParamountSports.com, the best handicapper in the history of the known universe. One of our favorite segments each and every week, Thursday at 8:40, when Lee Sterling joins us to talk all things college and NFL football. Lee, thanks so much for the time, my man. How are you this morning?
What's up? What's up, BK? What's up, Cole? How you been?
What's up?
Oh, we are doing great, man. What a great weekend of SEC football coming up. I mean, big games around the country, but so many big games in this conference. And, we could start right there, Lee, because Cole and I were just talking about that South Carolina Vanderbilt game. I know that's one of your games that you've got for the people today. Now, South Carolina's got that 16-game winning streak against Vandy, but Vandy, picking up where they left off last year. They look like a force to be reckoned with right now in the SEC. Is this finally the year that the Commodores can knock off the fake USC?
Well, what's interesting is they have a common opponent, and it's Virginia Tech. Usually you don't see that this early in the season, but that's the case. And what's interesting also is there are 5 quarterbacks kind of talked about as maybe potentially going in the top 10 if they come out in the draft. Arch is one of them. Lenore Sellers is another. All 5 last week did not cover the spread. So, Vegas, I think, did pretty darn well last week. Lenore Sellers, 2 games, has barely thrown for above 300 yards. So I think he's a great athlete, but this offense, and especially the receivers, not getting a lot of separation, a lot of drops, I'm not real impressed with yet. I don't think they have a bell cow running back. And 3 of their touchdowns this year have been by their punt returner, freshman Bakari Swain. So you look at the scores, you're thinking, oh, they won by double digits, in that first game. Maybe, Virginia Tech, maybe, they'll come on. They were actually outstatted last week by South Carolina State, 270 to 253. So I think that they haven't played their best football yet, but Vanderbilt, so well coached. Their quarterback's obviously Diego Pavia, not playing at the next level, but I think they're going to pull the upset. This line, I think it's a 1-possession game, 3 points maybe either way. I could see either quarterback with a chance to win it at the end. Let's take the 5.5 points here. Wrong team favored. Vanderbilt straight up 30-27. Should be a fun game.
Wow.
I love it. All right, Cole, do you have you want to get the next game on the list here?
Yeah, let's talk about Texas A&M versus Notre Dame. This is a signature matchup, I think, for both sides. One side, if they lose, they start off the year 0-2. But Texas A&M been trying to build its identity. You see Marcel Reed play really well. They haven't had a road win against a top 25 team that ranks inside the top 25 at the end of the year since 2014. But the adjustments made on the defensive side, the overall identity of this offensive line, what are you looking at right now in this matchup that maybe gives A&M a shot? Or does the bye week for Notre Dame, playing in front of touchdown Jesus, first home game of the year, maybe give them a slight advantage over an A&M roster that has been good, but still has its fair share of faults?
I don't know what happened, whether Notre Dame lost an opponent, maybe a team ended up disbanding their program, or they couldn't book Long Island U or Long Island the drink. But turns out Notre Dame has a bye for this big game after the Miami game, and they didn't play poorly. They were right there with Miami, and I thought Miami played well. On the road, they had their brand new quarterback, CJ Carr, had to go through a lot of adversity, but they come back from 14 points down, tie the game, less than 5 minutes to go, and Miami eventually kicks 46, 47-yard field goal to win it. So no shame there. And they actually held up pretty well as far as their run defense. I think Miami might have a top 5 offensive line, maybe top 10, top 15 as far as trio of running backs, and they held them to 3.5 yards per carry. So unless Texas A&M hasn't shown us anything yet, they've held back on the playbook. Their leading rusher is their quarterback, Marcel Reed. Their best 2 guys, Le'Veon Moss and Reuben Owens, combined for just 164 rushing yards against pretty inferior opponents. So I'd like to have seen them obviously play an opponent like Texas played to really know where they're at. But I'm not exactly sure, but my inclination is their offense isn't clicking on all cylinders yet. I think they need to get Concepcion involved even more here, and running, reverses, jet sweeps, him 12, 13 touches a game. So, put him back returning punts and kickoffs. It's that big a game for them. They need to have a defining play, maybe a trick play, maybe a fake punt. They need to play with the lead. If they're playing from behind, which they might be doing, it could spell trouble here. And last year, Reed played against the top teams, South Carolina and Texas's defense. He didn't show me very much here. I like Notre Dame. I think they pull away 30-17.
Oh, I'm worried Bill's no longer going to sponsor this segment after that pick, Lee.
You know what he does now? Ready for this? BK, he will not wear his favorite shirts. He buys a new shirt every year, but he's so superstitious, and he's thrown out too many beautiful polos, that he buys from Adidas. He's thrown them out after one game. So he wears T-shirts, that he got from the tearaway jersey days or stuff like that. And he puts those on for the game. That way, when he tosses those,
Yeah. One correction, Lee. If there's any maroon on it, they're not beautiful. All right. There ain't nothing beautiful about that color.
I had trouble too. Now you have to understand, I played I played at Southwest Texas State, and those are their colors. So it was a little tough being an anti-Florida State fan.
Yeah.
So, but you got to do what you got to do. Just, sometimes you got to feel sorry for Bill.
I love you, Bill. All right, Lee. Next game here, Georgia, Tennessee. College game day will be in Knoxville for this one. Georgia's won 8 in a row against the Volunteers. I'm sure you've got some stats about it, but Georgia hasn't looked great to this point this year. Tennessee has passed the eye test. Is this the year the Vols finally get the dogs off their back, literally?
So Georgia's played 2 nobodies. Now you're thinking Marshall. Okay, they won, played for the conference championship last year. This is a quality team. Not the case. Their head coach, as soon as the season was over, bolted for Southern Miss and literally gutted the roster. There's almost no one left. I think they have 2 or 3 starters that were left on the roster. They had to totally rebuild the program. So that win is to me is not a quality win. Then they played Austin Peay, the Governors, and their FCS opponent. I know their receivers are better this year. Last year they dropped 30 passes, highest in college football. I mean, it seemed like every game they dropped 2-3 balls. It seemed like also more in big games. They're better this year, but Gunnar Stockton, is he really the guy? I don't think he's even going to get drafted. He could have a great year and throw 35 touchdowns. I wouldn't take him. I don't think his skill set is that. So I think he is a game manager, tough kid, plays hard, but I don't think he's the guy that's going to take him into a tough venue. And Tennessee has been dominated almost every game. But one of those games a couple of years ago, I think it was 3 years ago, they had to play at Georgia, and Tennessee's offense was rolling. They had to play in a driving rainstorm pretty much the whole game. Joey Aguilar, I think, is a much better fit ever than Nico was. Nico, I always thought was overhyped, and you watch him now at UCLA. He looks lost.
Yeah.
The guy, he should have just kept his mouth shut, kept his money. He doesn't look like a prospect. Joey Aguilar looks like the real deal. Perfect fit. Teammates seem to love him here. Georgia, I know, is 8-0, 7-1 against the spread, but the streak is over. The wrong team is favored. Tennessee straight up 30-27.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. I agree with Lee 100% on this one. I think that this is going to be a game that we are talking about for years on end as a moment that's massive for Josh Heupel. Another coach that's got to be massive for. Billy Napier loses last week in South Florida.
Right.
This is a game that has lost a little bit of spark. It's supposed to be a top 15 matchup between LSU, Florida, a rivalry that doesn't have a name, but is still 2 fan bases that hate each other, and weird stuff goes on in this matchup. Always has the Marco Wilson shoe toss, a couple of other signature moments throughout the years. It feels like money is moving in favor of Florida at this point. Line started off initially at 9.5, then moved down to 8.5. Now it's at 7.5. Not a great executional game plan for LSU, but still thinking that there's enough here with this being in Death Valley at night, LSU favored. Overall thoughts on this game. What is it going to take for Florida to get a win?
So let's look at the line. I think the line came out high, really high, almost 10 points, 9.5, because of what happened last week. If Florida would have won last week, let's say by 7 to 10 points, I think this line is 6, maybe 6.5. So I think the line is where it should be. The question is, where is Florida mentally? Last year when they played, Billy Napier at half was a half away, I believe, 95% chance or greater of losing his job. They were sitting at 4-5, losing at half, and somehow out of nowhere, maybe he went to Mass or I don't know what he did to somehow pull out that rabbit at halftime. They were playing dead. They come back and beat LSU 27-16. That game saved his job. They would have been 4-6, and I think they would have released him the next week or sometime during the week. LSU, by losing that game, that cost them getting in the college football playoff, I believe. When the schedule came out, everyone's like, oh, LSU's biggest rivalry game and biggest game they won every year is Alabama. I think most of these players would circle Florida as the game that they wanted because that knocked them out. So I do believe that Billy Napier might have lost this team. In the game last week, I saw an undisciplined team, 11 penalties, 103 yards. They are playing with a quarterback who I don't think is anywhere near 100%. How often do you see a quarterback playing with a sleeve on his leg?
Yeah.
Not too often.
Yeah.
Playing with that white sleeve last week. He was afraid to run, and he did miss, looks like a couple weeks of fall camp. So I suspect his injury is not fully healed. He's playing. He's gutting it out. Give him credit here. But they're going to have to play well. They're going to have to play at a high level. They're going to have to be disciplined, probably 5 penalties or less if they want to stay in the game. But I think that this LSU defense is the difference. Their linebackers, I think, are the quickest in college football. They come up and make plays on running backs, on screens, on quarterbacks who are scrambling like defensive backs. They're that quick. When Brian Kelly took over this team 4 years ago, both these coaches are fourth-year coaches. His defense was atrocious. They were painful to watch. Couldn't make tackles, undisciplined. Right now, they're playing, I think they're the best unit of their 3 units, offense, defense, and special team. Yeah. So I think the defense is gonna set the tone for this game, maybe get a takeaway, maybe a special teams play here. Death Valley swallows teams whole who are not disciplined and playing at a high level, and I don't think Florida's going to be able to do it. Revenge for LSU. Goodbye, Sunbelt Billy. LSU 31-14.
Oh, spoken like a true Miami fan right there, Lee. Yeah. I love it.
He was in the Sunbelt, tough to make that jump up. So
I don't even know if the Sunbelt wants him back after the way things are going.
Conference USA is probably calling his name.
Yeah,
he was right there. He was great for that level.
Whenever Bob Stoops retires from the XFL or whatever we're calling that these days, maybe that's
right. So I'm being kind. I'm not telling them goodbye XFL, Billy.
You're right. You're nicer than I am. Lee Sterling for Paramount Sports joining us here, brought to you by Joe Cohn and Son Jewelers. We'll tell you more about them in a moment. Lee, the game here in Austin, Texas and UTEP. You mentioned it earlier. The Longhorns big favorites last week, but failed to cover. The line's even bigger this week, 41-42. Can the Longhorns roll, or do we get a UTEP cover here at the end of the day on Saturday?
So here's what's interesting about betting. I'd like to tell you trends. People bet teams they're familiar with, quarterbacks a lot of times who they see on TV. There's perceived as 5 going into the weekend, potential top 10 as far as draft picks in the NFL next year. All 5 did not cover the spread, their teams last week. So that's interesting. I think Vegas did real well, offshores in the sports book. So what's funny is they will tell you they'll cry poor. You'll see they'll make headlines. Worst week for books ever. But when they win, when they're still counting their money on Wednesday and Thursday, not a word.
Solid.
So trust me, they did really well here. All right. So turning to UTEP, thought they'd be better when Leche Knelt, their quarterback, the transfer who started, this is his third school, UTEP, probably in the right space. And I think he's going to be better for them, but he's not a quick processor. Sometimes he just holds the ball that extra half second. Not going to really cost you when you're playing Utah State. And they could have won that game if they played any defense. But against a team like Texas that defensive fronts, they're not going to have to blitz much. This could really cost him. Also, their linebackers in space are some of the worst, and their slot cover corners that I've ever seen in college football. Utah State was running crossing routes, and there were guys literally that were starting with a guy, would go to the middle and then say, oh, should I keep going with him or should we maybe hang here? They were so confused. So they're going to have trouble. I think simple plays and simple pass plays can turn into big, big gainers here. I think Texas wants to get right. They want to put a big number on someone. They haven't done it yet. I like Texas here, 61-10.
I love it. I love it. I hope you're right. That would answer some questions for this offense because we've got a few of them after these first two games. All right, Lee, your game of the week this week, Ole Miss and Arkansas. First of all, I got to congratulate you. Your first 40 to 50 unit play of the college football season hit last week with the Baylor Bears. Well done by you, sir. Yeah. If folks want to get the Ole Miss Arkansas game or any of the games that you have this weekend, how do they find you?
All right, so we hit on our big play. Wasn't easy. A lot of things going against us.
Never in doubt, Lee.
Never in doubt.
Not sweating, buddy, even on my end.
Cole, I've lost some games the other way. I've had some leads where I'm laying like 4 touchdowns, and I'm up. I'll never forget this. I'll tell you about the call later, but I had Western Kentucky against FIU. They're up 48-7, first drive of the second half, laying 28.5, 29. And then they pulled out guys and put in the second team for the third quarter, and then started the fourth quarter, put in third stringers. And somehow I got backdoored. They should have won the game by 80 points. So I found a game, and I just texted you the game, Brad, I think the line's off by 2 or 3 touchdowns. The team I'm going against has some injuries the average person doesn't know about. The team that I'm playing is way underrated. The team I'm going against may not win at most one more game the rest of the year. Mark that down after we talk about this next week. And the team I'm playing, like I said, is underrated, really good quarterback. The line is still at an optimal range. I think I'm going to win this game by 2-3 touchdowns over the spread. It's not going to be a 40 unit, not going to be a 45. It's a 50 unit, biggest play of the year. Whoa. So go to YouTube and watch both teams' last game. You tell me if this line is close. Brad, text me. You can tell Cole too, but please don't.
Yeah, of course.
Don't put it out to all your 98 ex-fraternity brothers at Sammy. So this is a hidden release unless they pay for it. 50 unit max wager. How can you get it? You go to ParamountSports.com. If you're not with us for the season, which is $16.97, 23 weeks left of action, you can get 3 weeks. You want to try us for the rest of September? We call September to Remember. Use coupon code SAVE100. You're going to get 9 to 12, 9 to 13 selections a week. Just $297 with coupon code SAVE100. And get on that biggest play of the year, 50 units, ParamountSports.com. Also, a UFC card from San Antonio.
Here we go.
Yeah. You got any ex-girlfriends, guys, from San Antonio?
One. Yep. Yeah. One, surprisingly.
You still on good terms with her, Cole?
We haven't talked in 4 or 5 years.
I guess you're not going to be asking her for a place to stay and go down and watch the UFC then.
Sadly, I have to do NFL work on Sunday. So
okay, all right, but
that's the reason.
Hey, Saturday night's all right for fighting. Starts at 3:00 Eastern, 2:00 your time. Noche UFC, and we won 12 out of 15 cards there. You can get that card, 7 selections, including a 40 to 50 unit. We're 20 and 10 on those. Send you the card too, Brad. So a Super Saver card, 7 selections, just $35, including that 40 unit max wager there. So a lot going on. UFC, 7 selections, $35, and all the specials for football. And we also do prop plays, guys, for college football and the NFL. We started 17-4 on the prop plays. Entire season of those, $5.97. We're red hot. Hop on right now, ParamountSports.com.
What do they say in Django? You had my curiosity. Now you have my attention, Lee. That's good stuff right there. All right. You're the man.
Right.
Thanks for joining us today. We appreciate the time and look forward to chopping it up again next week.
Thanks, guys. Be good.
Right.
Be safe.
Right. There he goes. Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. Give him a call. How about 50-unit max bet in college football this weekend? And shout out to Lee. And also shout out to our friends at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers who bring you this segment each and every week. Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers is Austin's oldest family-owned and operated business of any kind. These guys have been around forever. And look, you don't need to know anything about jewelry. You just need to know Bill Cohen and his team at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. They've been around for 142 years. We've talked about the jewelry, the beautiful jewelry. We've talked about the amazing prices and the exceptional value and the extra discount you get when you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. We've talked about the free downtown parking, the free gift wrapping with every purchase. These guys are the jewelry pros and your diamond experts. They can do jewelry and watch repair as well. Just remember, you don't need to know anything about jewelry. You just need to know Bill and his team at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. Their reputation, that's their most precious thing. They've been doing it for 142 years and nobody does it better. Go see them at 611 Congress, right in the heart of downtown, and online at joecohenjewelers.com. All right. UFC. Interesting. UFC, and he's on. I'll text you that game that you asked me.
I would love to know what game this is because I have a feeling, but I'm not entirely sure.
He's on Vanderbilt this week, and he's also on Tennessee. So, boy, if Vandy and Tennessee win, state of Tennessee might explode.
Well, imagine. Okay, so if Texas was undefeated, which is sad, Texas and Tennessee would be fighting for UT whenever these two teams play against each other.
Oh,
maybe running the Southeastern Conference. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, that would be something. That would be
What's
something.
What is your upset of the week? I haven't asked you yet. Do you have one?
College football upset of the week? I don't know. Let me look real quick. You got one top of mind?
Georgia Tech is winning this football game against Clemson.
No, you're done with Clemson after these first two games.
I picked this at the start of the year. Like I said well before, like back in June, I even said this was going to be a game that you need to circle in a big red Sharpie, massive implications, because if Haynes King just is going to yield this team to a win, like he will die on the football field by putting the ball at the goal line. It doesn't. He does not care about his body. He does not care about his psyche. He just wants to win a football game. I think he's going to do it.
I like that. Yeah, boy, Clemson has not looked good in their first two games of the year. Man, I'm trying to see what else. I would love Oklahoma to lose to Temple. It'd be the greatest thing ever. That's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. It's not.
Any chance Arkansas goes into Oxford and beats Ole Miss?
Yeah.
Right.
There's
a
shot.
I'll go with that one then. I'll go with that.
Really?
I'll go with that as the upset there.
I don't know.
Right.
It's weird because like Taylor, like you give me Taylor Green. Like if you put Taylor Green on most rosters, they'd be a college football playoff team. I don't trust the sporting cast around it.
Yeah. I don't know if I believe that, but Taylor Green is off to a good start, and Arkansas's offense does look good. And they have played the Sisters of the Poor and the Brothers of the Blind. So I'm not too impressed, but we'll take it. All right, let's bring on the fellas. We've got Double R, and we've got Stu Myrick in for Wags today. Gentlemen, good morning. How we doing?
What's up,
boys? What's going on, man? How we doing? You know, I'm in an office pool. It's called an office pool, and I continually win that and have won it for the last 2 years. And people are like, man, you were so good at picking games. I don't tell them that I know a guy. I know a guy.
So you don't let him know that Lee Sterling is kind of helping you get the money in your back pocket.
I absolutely do not say a word. They
I
think
wouldn't say
I'm brilliant
anything about that. Hell no.
It's like, how'd you get that one? How'd you get that one? I just had a sneaking suspicion.
Hey,
yeah, Lee told me, so I had a sneaking suspicion.
That's right.
Lee may be upset that you're not telling everyone else where where you're getting those picks, but hey, respect it. You got to win the office.
Lee is the man. Lee is the man for sure. I've seen him. He and I have been on Super Bowl Radio Row many times, and my God, he is everywhere.
Yeah, he is. Stu, it's great to see you, man. And something I should tell you more often, but today, I think especially, thank you for your service to our country, sir.
Yeah, I posted something 24 years ago, sitting at my desk, and then I was just getting ready for work, and then I heard a plane ran into the World Trade Center, and then everything changed.
Yeah. 24 years ago. It's crazy. It is crazy. But to this date, the deadliest act of terror against our country. And I said this earlier, I pray that never changes. Nope. We don't need to go through anything close to that ever again. So what's on the docket today, gentlemen? What do y'all have for the people?
I've got to talk a little bit, obviously, some Texas football, kind of start breaking that down a little bit as we're not too far away from it anymore. Maybe delve in on the Dallas Cowboys, a little on the injury front there, and how do they respond? I mean, does Dallas do what Dallas does, or do they shock the world and actually respond the way that they should respond? Since Stu is here, probably about 10 till the hour, we'll have to go off the top rope with Stu, maybe talk some UCF and San Antonio. Canelo. Some boxing and college football. All of that coming up.
Rodney, who's the upset of the week? Who's losing?
Upset of the week. Yeah, I would say Florida, but I don't really think that's going to be an upset.
It's not an upset anymore. Beating LSU would be the upset.
I would say I think Clemson's going down. I got to go with you. I got to go with you. I'm not bought in on those dudes, man. I am not bought in. It's like all the hype and Heisman. Our Heisman hopefuls came stumbling out of the horse racing gate, if you know what I mean, Cole. So, yeah, not buying in on Clemson.
No, throw a little bit of money down on Haynes King to win the Heisman Trophy this year. And also, we need more offensive line coaches as head coaches in college football, because the identity that Georgia Tech plays with, that can't be taught by anybody else besides a dude that's in the trenches. I love that dude. I love Brent Key.
Yeah. Those guys, I mean, for a while I was an offensive lineman. And so the relationship I had with my offensive line coaches, those dudes are just, I mean, kick you in the nuts, kick you in the ass, and at the same time kind of nurture you a little bit. And it's like, how can you be so ruthless, yet at the same time you can make me so pissed off, but then you're so sincere? Yeah, that's a football coach, man.
Be pissed off at me when you take it out on that defensive tackle. Just do that. Pretend it's do what we did in the Water Boy, where you think about that as your opponent and just kill him. Just do that, And that's Brett Key, basically. I hate you, coach. So I'm gonna beat the crap out of Peter Woods today. That's my game plan.
Yeah, we had an offensive line coach that he told a friend of mine. He goes, he was so pissed off at him. He said, "I'm taking you after the game. I'm taking you to the grocery store, and I'm going to buy you the biggest tripas that I can find." You know what tripas is?
No.
Guts. He's like, "You have no guts."
That's great.
It's like, oh my God.
That is great. All right, boys. We'll get out of y'all's way. Cole, thanks so much for filling in this morning. The Buck will be back tomorrow, and I will be back tomorrow as well. And y'all have a great show. I'll be listening, guys.
See you later, guys.
Thanks, BK.
All right, 9:00 hour indeed. Chaos Theory wags out today. It is my man Stu Myrick. You guys, be sure and hit us up on the Coda text line if you're on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app, 512-222-9328. If you're on the Facebook, Twitch, X feed, you see the handles right there. At Stu Myrick, at the Rodney R. You guys be sure and check in with us. Give us a follow for great sports content. Stu and I cover it all, man. We're Stu is the original jack of all radio trades, and I try to be the guy that learned from Stu. So that's kind of what we do. Stu, before we dive in, man, obviously I do kind of want to touch on 9/11, obviously, because that's one of those things where you never forget it. And I had a baby. I didn't have a baby. I'd be really famous if I had a baby, but I had a little baby right when that happened. But I got to tell you first, this is the first time that I get to talk to the retired Stu Myrick.
Yeah.
Retired, my man, living the American dream right there.
Yeah.
It looked great the last couple of weeks.
It's been fun. So for those that don't know, I spent 31 and a half years working for Texas state government, 4 agencies, one of which doesn't even exist anymore. And I retired as of the end of August. And it's been wonderful so far. I spent the last week of August in Aruba, which is now, that's the second time I've been to Aruba. Love that place. That's probably going to be a yearly thing. I'll just go to Aruba, go lay on the beach for a few days. But yeah, it's been nice so far. A little bit of leisure. Got a couple of, little gigs. So like I'm helping out those that, do the online thing. You may have heard of 365 Sports, David Smoke, who's been a legendary broadcaster, especially up in the Waco area. He calls the Waco Midway high school games, and they have a new setup thing. And so he asked me last week to be his on-site engineer, which I was glad to, especially since the game was at the Palace on Palmer, about 10 minutes from where I'm sitting right now. And I'm doing it again tonight. Midway is taking on Rouse at Gupton Stadium, which is about another 5 to 7 minutes past the Palace on Palmer. So, you get a little taste of high school football, but other than that, just enjoying life.
Oh man, I got to tell you, it's funny that you mentioned that because I haven't talked about this on the show, but I had decided that I wasn't going to be able to do high school football this season, and I got a call, to do some games, to do a few, and I went out and I did Friday. I did a Westwood game in Austin High. Totally new regime at Westwood. Coach Wood, Anthony Wood, gone after 22 years there, which I spent 15 with him. That's like it's really weird. Where it's like Anthony retires and he's younger than I am, but all the years that he had there, Stu. And I went out and I called that game on Friday, and I'm doing another one tomorrow. They're at the Palace against McNeil, and that was like the most fun that I had in a long time, where I'd convinced myself, okay, I'm not going to broadcast high school football. That's something I'm moving on from that. And even though I really didn't take any time off, going and doing that game, it's like, shit, I really enjoy doing this. Right.
Yeah. It's, look, I did the Lake Travis games for so long with Mark Honig and Bucky Godbolt, and after, I think I stepped down in 2023, kind of retired. It's a lot of fun, but it is a grind because, and especially when you got a team like Lake Travis that is almost always going deep in the playoffs, if not winning it all. And yes, I got to cover 3 of their state championships. It's a grind, and doing it week after week after week after week, it wears on you. But a little spot duty here and there. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. It was great being out. It was Midway and Cedar Ridge last week. Midway won big. And they looked tough too. They're fast. Like I said, this week I think it's going to be about the same thing with Rouse. And it was fun to be out there. It was fun to be in that atmosphere again.
It really is. And I was like, okay, I'm going to keep this in check, just kind of the occasional, whenever I do a game, but sure as heck, I got home and after I do a game or call a race or even a late post game, it's really hard to go to bed. It's kind of hard to wind down, after all of that. And sure as heck, it's almost midnight. I'm watching Jeff Tepper and Ashley Pickle break down stuff from all around the state with high school scores. So good to have that element back in there on a Thursday. That code of text line we were talking about, again, 512-222-9328. If you're on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app, our man Shane always checking in on the code of text line. Shane from the 405. And when I say that, that's the area code. I know a lot of people have different area codes that are here in the 512 or the 737. But Shane, birthday today. Happy birthday, Shane.
Happy birthday, Shane.
Thank you for spending a little bit of time with Stu and I.
405, right, that's West Coast. That's San Francisco, right?
That's up over there.
So
Yeah.
I'm actually heading that direction in November.
Nice.
Going to an alumni weekend for the language school I went to when I was in the Army.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Good segue right there. I mean, obviously, 9/11. I mean, I remember your post. Just that's one of those, such a heartfelt post. I remember I was at 183 and 290, running late for work that morning. As a matter of fact, because I had to get the baby dropped off. And I had just gotten bitched out by my boss for being late. And it's like, you own it. Kind of tuck your tail between your legs as you're driving. And it's like, okay. And then that pops in. I was actually listening to Dudley and Bob, and to hear how the mood changed with those guys. I heard Dale Dudley that day in a way that I'd never heard Dale Dudley, and didn't realize the severity. And of course, we didn't have social media. We didn't have all these outlets where you can see stuff that was going on. But it was that day, Stu, as it went on, just so scared in that night, because it was like, boom, boom, boom. It's like, what's coming next? It was a day that I think so many people were just genuinely scared and fearful, not only for the country, but for your own well-being, no matter where you were.
Yeah, it was, as I said, that was the day that everything changed. And I just, I had friends in the DC area, so of course worried about them. It was I was my family and I, we were coming up with a contingency, like okay, if something happened, where do we go?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's hard to believe that was 24 years ago, and yet the memories of that are as vivid as if they were yesterday. And it's something that I don't think any of us that were around then will ever forget. It's one of those, it was a moment that we all shared, and it was something that just it just lives within you.
Yeah, it really does. And I do a little thing on here where I kind of like cross my legs and give some wisdom, but I'm not going to do it today. But I do want to give this thought, kind of in the line of when I do that little bit, is we've mentioned it a lot of times, Wags and I, and I truly, and I've said this on PA, doing different races and all that. I mean, especially, and we don't need to go down this road about just some of the stuff that happened yesterday, and not obviously the one thing that we're seeing. A lot of on social media, the more national incident, but we had something go down in Austin yesterday, totally uncalled for. We had something go down in the Dallas area that is just horrible and shouldn't happen. But we need to go back to tomorrow in 2001, that 12th, the 9/12 was the day where you had that unity. And we see, you don't forget, we will not forget. I'm seeing that a lot today. I think a lot of people have forgotten, and a lot of that unity and a lot of that bringing everyone together despite whatever. We need a lot more of that right now. And I think it's never more important than right now, Stu.
Couldn't agree more. Quick wrestling connection. So on this day 24 years ago, WWE was going to tape SmackDown in Houston. And of course they had to postpone it. They did have it. I think it was 2 days later. It was on the 13th. Vince comes out, had the whole roster there on the stage talking about, we're going to carry on. We're going to, be American, all that good stuff. But yeah, it's one of those things. And in sports was a big catalyst of bringing the nation back to some semblance of normalcy. You had the Subway Series with the Yankees and Mets. The NFL, came back a week or so later. Sports played a big part in trying to help the nation heal after the attacks of 9/11.
It's very healing. I take a lot of pride in the fact that, like, coming out of COVID with NASCAR, that we as a sport, I don't work for NASCAR, but I've done stuff with them, but that we were kind of the ones, the sport that I cover, brought the nation back. And it really was a big deal. And it is sports, because it is so healing. And that's where it's it's really crazy because even with the bitter rivalries and all of that you have, even when you get in times of when you get in times of really tough circumstances, even those rivalries can kind of be cast aside. You remember the bonfire incident, horrible thing there on campus at A&M. In my opinion, that's what kind of softened the A&M Texas football rivalry, because they came together, and it's really okay. It's really okay to care about each other, and
Yes.
that's in situations like that, that's most important.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more.
So Texas football, as we dive in, let's get we're set for UTEP again. 3:15 will be kickoff over at the stadium. 12:45 will be the live pregame show over at historic Schultz Beer Garden. Make your way out there, have a cool one, watch the game, hang out with the guys. Never a bad time to head over to Schultz. That's a kind of an institution for the old timers like Stu and I. Although Stu's retired and I'm not.
I spent many a Saturday at Schultz's way back in the day when we would do the pregame postgame at Schultz's.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. Your jack of all trades radio career, that started at Schultz, didn't it?
It did.
That's what I thought.
It did. Deborah Danziger, who was when it was pre-Horn days. This was back when it was the Twins, 15:30 a.m., 12:60 a.m., ESPN Austin. Started doing. They would do the Schultz thing with the street and everything. And I showed up early one morning. Why not? Deborah Danziger, who was the promotions director at the time, she was, trying to get everything set up. All of a sudden, she's in a panic. She loses her car keys, and so everybody's searching around. I looked down, and it was actually, so if you know Schultz Garden, the little ramp there that goes into the beer garden. Yep. I looked down. I'm on that ramp, and there's her keys. So I pick them up. We go over to Deborah, say, "Hey, here's your keys." And she goes, "Oh my God, thank you so much. How do I repay you?" I said, "Let me be part of your promotions crew." She goes, "Well, okay, I can't pay you." I said, I've got a career. I don't need to be paid. I just want, kind of want a foot in the door. She said, "Okay." And so there I go. And then the rest is history.
Don't you love that part to where it's like, that's always the thing to where it's like, we can't pay. It's like, I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, that's where it's funny when it's like, when you're in radio and doing all these things. Yeah, you must be like breaking the bank. Not quite.
No,
not quite.
Not really.
Not quite.
Breaking my bank, maybe, but
yeah, that's happened. That's happened. So with Texas going into UTEP, and we haven't had the chance to chat it up since the season started, but obviously against Ohio State, all the hype, and I was very vocal about the fact where maybe we need to turn this down just a little bit because this offense is a little unproven. You can't. I know there was a question with Quinn Ewers and why is Arch Manning not playing, and it's becoming a little more evident, not that to me that Quinn Ewers is better or anything like that than Arch Manning. It was just like you had this guy that is a seasoned veteran that's gotten you to a really, really good place. I'd really like to see, Stu. I mean, the defense is unquestionably one of the best in the country. And I think it after game 2, I think that we only see them get better. Looking at UTEP, you see different things where it's like, well, this is one of the stingiest defenses in the country. This is after 2 weeks. Again, it's after 2 weeks. Look at the quality of the opponent. I really want to see this offense come out, and I want to see some legs under this thing. I don't want to see a conservative start. I really want to all gas, no brakes. I want to see that really apply. I want to see you establish a running game. You get Ryan Wingo involved. I don't know if DeAndre Moore is going to be playing. You've got Livingston there that's an obvious target in Jake injuries. But I just want to see this offense come out and just push the freaking accelerator, man.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It was, so the defense is as good as advertised. Look, Ohio State, 2 touchdowns. One of those touchdowns because Texas committed 3 penalties almost back to back to back.
Yep.
So in essence, defense gave up a touchdown against the defending national champions. Then last week, of course, holding San Jose State to 7 points. Defense is there. They're in midseason form. You're right. The offense, there is some work to do. Offensive line did not do the best job of protecting Arch Manning. Arch had a good day last week, but you could still see it. And look, everything like last year, it's been the running joke. When I was on campus in 1990, it was a joke then. And we had Peter Gardere, who went 4-0 against OU, in case anybody forgets. And yet the running joke, the most popular man on the UT campus is always the second string quarterback. Always. It's always been that way. It was even that way when Vince started. People wanted Chance Mock. But, Vince proved himself. So, yeah, there was, another big thing that really stuck out for me against San Jose State. Way too many penalties. Texas had 12 penalties for 115 yards. By comparison, San Jose State, 3 penalties, 15 yards. And I think all 3 of them were procedural calls, like false start. That was it. Way too many penalties, which stopped a lot of drives. So they've got to clean that up. They got to clean up the procedures. This week against UTEP, it's so funny. So Malachi Nelson, the quarterback for UTEP, he was a 5-star recruit in the 2023 class, just like Arch Manning. And in fact, at this moment, both UTEP and Texas played 2 games. Arch Manning so far, 36 of 60 for 465 yards, 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Malachi Nelson, 36 of 60 for 456 yards, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Yeah.
Identical. I mean, a difference of 9 yards and one INT. Identical. So it's going to be an interesting game. I think UTEP's, this is their big game because, nobody's picking UTEP. I think the line right now, I think you heard BK talking about it with Lee Sterling. The line right now is Texas at minus 41 or something, 41.5, something like that. UTEP wants to come out big. They want to come out big time and do their thing. So Texas has got to clean up the offense. They have not been running a lot. They need to get Ryan Wingo implemented more. I think we need to see Arch run a little more. Let him use his legs. And I think if that happens, Texas should be fine.
The penalties and so forth are the things that I think drive me crazy the most. I mean, there are a lot of things when you're playing football. I mean, because this is 11 on 11. I mean, you use every cliche that you want to use right here. There are a lot of things that you can't control, but there are a lot of things that you can control, and the discipline and the sloppiness is something that will just drive you crazy if you're a really football fundamentalist like I am, because that's the stuff that obviously it's something that you touch on all the time. It's like folks don't realize when it comes to special teams, when it comes to punting units and kickoff teams and kickoff return, punt return and all that, you need to emphasize a lot of time on that. And that's something that I watch a lot in the high school circles, to where it's like coaches tell me, we work on this all the time because it's something that kind of be out of mind, out of body. It's just kind of secondary. And the discipline is the other thing as well. And that's where I think, especially with a coaching staff that to me is so buttoned up and that is so tenured with one another and time with these guys, that you shouldn't have those mistakes. And the fact I told Wags this yesterday, to me, it was a little more concerning. And again, maybe it was a lackadaisical type of situation to where the penalties are on the increase as the opponent's abilities are on the decrease. And that's where, if you come out this week against UTEP, and this is where I go in, where they're leading the nation in TFLs and pressure and all of that. Again, quality of opponent, UTEP versus Texas, whatever. Obviously, on paper, Texas so much better. But if you come out and you start slow and you can't establish the offense, because I also mentioned this to Wags, where you go back and you look at the game on Saturday, Stu, it was 5 minutes of really good offense. Otherwise, it was just stale, just stale and mistake filled. That's the stuff you need to fix. When we talk about if Texas doesn't cover the spread, that's fine. I'm not going to bet money on any of that stuff. What I want to see is a hell of a lot less penalties and the pre-snaps. The pre-snaps are the ones. You know the snap count. You know the snap count. Don't jump off sides. Come on, guys. Be better than that. So that's the fundamental and the dirtiness is what if I want dirty, I want trench warfare dirty. I want smash mouth, hit him in the mouth football. That's what I want to see on Saturday.
You're right. That's what it needs to be but it needs to be disciplined and cleaned. One of the things we mentioned, the penalties, more than a few of those penalties were personal fouls.
Yes.
Where, there was a face mask, there was this, there was a rough in the kicker. That's the stuff that just kills drives. It kills your momentum. They've got to clean that up. It looks like Quintravion Wisner will not play this week, so it's going to be C.J. Baxter again, along with Clark, and there will be, it'll be another kind of running back by committee. Again, like I said, I think they need Ryan Wingo implemented more. Look, Parker Livingston became, he became one of Arch's favorite targets last week, and so let's see more of that. Why not? So they've got this one, they've got Sam Houston State, then it's Florida, at Florida. So, you got this game and next game to kind of clean things up, get yourselves situated before you start SEC play. Oh, by the way, and you're going to the Swamp.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the way that this really lays out, I mean, in the big picture, because the expectations, like I mentioned, Stu, the expectations, and look, I'm the biggest, I want Texas to do well, whatever. I'm the burnt orange guy. I mean, no doubt about it. I obviously want that, but that expectation that you were going to come out of the block and just go and I got myself to believe when I started looking at the intangibles that we talk about so much on here, that Texas was going to be able to go and take care of Ohio State in dominating fashion. I mean, I was like, shit, double-digit win. This is going to be a double-digit win. But when you go back and look at that, I think that what this team needs to do is just realize that pressure is off. You're going to get, and I know that they talk about blocking out the outside noise and so forth, but all of that is always going to be there just because of who you are, and just because at this point who you have as your quarterback, because that's the biggest part of this. But that pressure is off. If anything, folks are starting to believe or starting to buy into not believing in you, pointing out the stuff that we're talking about. So that's where I'm hoping that they can use that as some sort of just something to kind of keep in the back of your mind, to where, okay, now you're pushing uphill. When it started, it was all easy. I mean, this is going to be real easy. Now you got a little bit against you. Now you got some people pushing back on you and maybe not buying in that you were as good as we thought you were. And then over on the defensive side, I mean, Colin Simmons, we've had some sound from Sark. We can actually play it here in just a minute, to where, Sark talking about with Colin Simmons, Simmons and Arch Manning. I mean, these are the guys that it was all on them. It was all on them, this whole thing. Colin Simmons is doing amazing things. Arch Manning's going to win the Heisman. And now here we are. Here's Sark a little bit earlier in the week talking about how to coach Colin Simmons right now, that he's got a little bit going against him.
Good players have, it's like anything. You go into a season, you have high expectations of being the player that you want to become. And when things don't start going your way, you can press. And I feel like he's pressed a little bit at times. And we just need him to settle down and play and play within his ability, play within the structure of the defense, and the plays are going to come for him. He's a very talented player. He's got a high football IQ, plays hard. But I know this sounds like a weird thing to say, but sometimes you can try too hard and you jump off sides, you hit the quarterback late because you're just wanting to get there so bad. So it's not about the want to, it's not about the effort, it's none of those things. It's just settling down and playing his game. And so, again, I think as our team in general goes, this is not the best version of Texas football this season that we're going to see. And then I think you can point to individual players. This isn't the best version of Colin Simmons that we're getting yet either. And so that part is encouraging to me, knowing that we're going to get a better version of him. I think we're going to get a better version of a Ryan Wingo, so on and so forth, of guys that are going to continue to get better as the season goes, and then we'll get better as a team.
Good call. And I have to tell you, I would rather have better versions. It's frustrating now, but I would rather have better versions of them 6 weeks down the road than right now.
I couldn't agree more. And Sark nailed it on, put the nail on the head. He's trying too hard. And yeah, you saw the penalties, you saw the ineffectiveness. Colin Simmons is gonna be on all those first team lists and all that good stuff. He's gonna be a high draft pick when the time comes. It's gonna come, but he's gotta kind of be confident in himself, know what he's doing, don't press, and I think it'll be fine. And I think that goes for the rest of the team. There was so much hype about this team going into the season, and it frightened me. It just frightened me. And of course, we saw what happened in Columbus. They've got to settle down, know who they are, know what they are, go out, execute, and the success will come.
Absolutely. Well said. Great way to end that Texas conversation. Perfect for my man, Stu Myrick. You got Texas 3:15. You got NFL loaded. Hell, we got a massive NFL game tonight that we can kind of touch on with the Packers and the Washington Commanders. Possible NFC championship preview. We'll maybe touch on that, but only one way to check that out, friends, and that's on your home theater system from Audio Visual Consultations. Since 1988, AV Consultations taken care of a lot of folks. You hear us talking on TSU every day about these folks. I've got the setup. I'm ready to go. I watch racing. I watch football. I watch basketball. I watched volleyball last night. Texas 5-set win last night. Huge win last night. That was kept me up a little later than I wanted to be up watching Texas volleyball last night, but it's worth it in the end. So it is AV Consultations, 255-8678. Get your system. Get that phone call in. Let's talk football with AV Consultations.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. Football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue. Football is awesome. Our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audio Visual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
There it is, AV Consultations. Check them out today, 255-8678. That is our man, Tom McKay. Also want to tell you about McCall Custom Homes. If you're looking for that upgrade, you're looking at upgrade your indoor or outdoor space, there is one place to go check out the gallery of projects. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Over 40 years, father-son team. Doing it for folks right here in the Central Texas area. Hey, I'm a proud McCall Custom Homes customer. I've got an amazing master bathroom that Mike and his folks came in and just did an amazing job. And I tell you, it's fun to take a shower, Stu. I've never really enjoyed caressing myself in the shower with soap and water more than I do right now with the McCall Custom Homes.
We are going deep here, aren't we?
Really deep. I take like 2 showers a day, and it's because of my man, Mike McCall. Mention Texas Sports Unfiltered and call our man directly. And that's the thing, Tom McKay, Mike McCall, the Ryan Hurricane Hecht. When we give you these phone numbers, you're talking to them. You're not talking to admins. You're not talking to interns. You're not talking to any of these folks. They're homegrown and homebred, and they take care of us right here in our hoods. 512-633-9580. Get that call in today. Get that estimate. Great thing about Mike, you get on the phone with him. You tell him, here's what I want to do. He's going to say, well, think about this. This is a good idea. There's some things that Mike did in our bathroom that we really hadn't even thought about it. And it turned out perfect. 512-633-9580. Get that call in. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. Stu, got the cowboy gear on. I don't know why I put it on today. It was the first thing that I found, but the Dallas Cowboys coming off of a surprisingly good performance. I mean, you don't want to find the positives in a loss. You don't want to feel good after a loss, but I thought this was going to be pretty bad, where it's been very much a what's the word? You've covered the Cowboys for years. Yeah. What would you call this off season? Would you call it typical, or would you call it?
It was not newsworthy for the wrong reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Not a whole lot of movement, free agency. You trade Micah Parsons to the Packers. There was just, it was just kind of You get to week 1, you're in Philadelphia taking on the defending Super Bowl champions. They're unveiling the banner. It's, all that good stuff. Dallas had a decent performance. It wasn't great, but then again, Philly wasn't great either. And to lose by 4, and I'll stand on this. CeeDee Lamb dropping 3 passes towards the end of the game. Any of those passes could have given Dallas the lead and possibly a win.
Right.
So it wasn't horrible. It wasn't a bad performance. It was just, the better team that night won. So, okay, go back to the drawing board. This week, go up against the Giants. You're at home. You're in Jerry World. Traditionally, they have success against the Giants at Jerry World. So it's let's see what happens. Can CD hold on to the catches? That's a big one. It's going to be running back by committee again. And, I think Dallas, the line right now, Dallas -5.5, I think is the line, which, you give them 3 points for being at home. So there's still a little bit of an edge. Dallas has the edge. I think it could be a win, but they've got to, kind of what we were saying about the Longhorns. They got to execute. They got to know who they are, and they got to execute.
Yeah. And this is where, so Deron Bland, foot injury in practice on Monday. So it looks like I'm assuming he's going to be a no-go. So you're going to, I don't know the extent of that. I know he didn't practice yesterday. Our man, Nick Harris, that is on Fridays with Jordan, after this program, can probably give us more of that tomorrow. But that's the whole thing with that, to where I think that you built a hell of a lot of momentum for yourself. And I think a lot of that was because you did have to where after you lose Micah, and again, as late as that trade went down, and I saw yesterday, here's an interesting tidbit, by the way. I saw yesterday, Jadeveon Clowney was at Cowboy practice.
Mm-hmm.
That's where, is that a dude that you want to bring in to try to get some pressure? I think he would be more of a run stopper than anything else, which you're already doing well. Obviously, the problem last week was that Matt Eberflus and the defense. And again, this is where if you want to find a flaw with what you saw last Thursday, it's like, how do you not spy that quarterback? I mean, it's kind of obvious what's going to happen here. So I really think that the pieces are in place, and maybe, just maybe, you freed up a lot of cap space with the Micah move. I know it's not the most popular thing. If you can persevere, and this is a very competitive team, and I got to say, Wags, I got to say, Stu, Dak Prescott is walking out there, and he's walking out there like he's got the Vince McMahon grapefruit nuts. This dude is confident. This is a bad right now.
And I think that's for good reason. I think, you look on the Giants side, Russell Wilson, who just started, had a performance last week. Last week against Washington in the loss to the Commanders. So yeah, I mean, Dak's got some tools around him. So yeah, I think he's feeling confident. And we're going into week 2 of the NFL season, so there's a lot of football to play. But yeah, I think Dallas, has an opportunity to really get some success and maybe get a little momentum as they head through the rest of September.
What I really want to see out of this Cowboy team at this point is, the expectations. I mean, the expectations were never astronomical from me about them, just because I guess I've just conditioned myself to think that way. But what I'd like to see for the rest of the year for the Cowboys, and the best example is coming up this Sunday at noon. I guess it's a noon game.
Yeah,
is
12 p.m. on Fox.
12 p.m. I want to see the Cowboys win the games that they should win. Beat the Giants. At this point, I don't care if you win by 3. I don't care if you win by 14. Win the games that you're supposed to win. Be effective on both sides of the ball, and every now and then go in there and steal a game like you almost did in game 1. I think that's a very realistic expectation, and all the while you may put yourself in position to be in a wild card race. I don't know if that's something we're too early into this to really have that thought. But the other part of it is where I guess my Dallas Cowboy PTSD comes back in, is I don't want to be the team where, because the giant question is, do you go to Jackson Dart? When are they going to go to Jackson Dart? Are they waiting for week 4 or what has to happen with Russell? I don't want it to happen against the Cowboys at AT&T Stadium where Jackson Dart comes in and becomes just, oh my God, this guy's unbelievable because he went in and filled in for Russell Wilson, knocked off the Dallas Cowboys. But that's the kind of things that happen to the Cowboys, unfortunately.
You're right. You're absolutely right. It sounds like Russell Wilson will play the whole game this week, and then they're going to evaluate. There was a lot of questions, about whether he would start this week, and they, Giants have said yes. It's going to be Russell Wilson. You're right, Jackson Dart. He's in the hopper. He's on deck. But yeah, I think if they can, I think if they hold to what they have, and yeah, Russell Wilson plays all game. And I like Russell Wilson. I've always liked Russell Wilson. I think he's a fantastic quarterback. But the last couple of years have shown that his better years are definitely behind him.
A lot of tread on the tires for Russell, and it's been a great career. I mean, and this is where you look at it with Russell. He was in a great system. I mean, the system that Pete Carroll had for him, and this is where we watch these quarterbacks to where, I mean, after week 1, we're going to sit here and say, well, Danny Dimes, maybe he's going to be the quarterback that's resurging. We get another example this weekend now with Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's going to be out for San Francisco, maybe for a few weeks, possibly. So Mac Jones, gets another opportunity. Does a system change help these guys? It seems to have helped Daniel Jones. Does it help Mac Jones? But to where with Russell, it's just there's a lot. There really is a lot, and he's had a full career. But at some point, Dart is going to be the future moving forward. I just hope it is. And if it is against the Cowboys, that he makes his appearance, I hope that it's not a stunning, just unbelievable entrance that he makes at Cowboy Stadium.
Yeah, let's hope it's not there. That tends, like you said, that tends to be the trend.
Yeah.
So let's hope it's not at Jerry World.
And the question with Javonte Williams as the running back, I mean, I don't think it's a situation where he came out and it looked like he's going to break NFL rushing records and so forth. But he was a very serviceable running back. I mean, when he was called upon, I talked about this last week to where it's like his average more or less was somewhere around 3.7 yards. I think last week he averaged about 3.6 on, I think it was about 12, 13 touches or so that he had on the football. If he can produce that, that's something that's going to afford the offense, whether it's usually on first down, that's going to allow you the opportunity to kind of at least somewhat get in front of the chains. And I think that's what this offense needs. And with CeeDee Lamb, man, I love the fact that dude's on the jugs machine, back at the Star, just catching pass after pass after pass. This could be a massive game for CD Lamb because this dude's going to come out because a lot of folks are putting the loss on CD Lamb, rightfully so, because Dak had him the ball right where it needed to be.
3 drop passes, right? I mean, it was within like the last 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
And you're right. Williams, that was, and that was one of my big concerns with the Cowboys going into this season. No feature back. They had a shot at Derrick Henry, but no, he's now in Baltimore. So no feature back. So it's going to be running back by committee. And you're right. I think Williams, he played his role. And I think if that can carry on throughout the rest of the season, I think the Cowboys might have something there in the rushing attack.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you need to get out of him what he's able to give you, if that makes any sense. And you've got Jaden Blue kind of waiting in the wings right there. I think that's a guy that can make an impact whenever he's going to get that time. I quite frankly like the fact that he's not being thrust into the scenario of kind of being running back number 1. I mean, I think it's really good for him that there's you worry about fumbling issues, you worry about different things. I think that's a guy for your future. And what I really hope, and it's taken me a little while when the Micah move was made, because Stu, I didn't think that was going to happen. I really didn't think it was going to happen. But when it did, you can talk about, the picks and so forth, the trade with Green Bay, and you've obviously made Green Bay a hell of a lot better. We're going to see it firsthand tonight on national TV on Thursday Night Football. But the fact is, what you did is you got yourself out of salary cap hell. So if the organization can maneuver this in the right way, because it's been a problem of just paying these guys so much money, you've got 2 of them right now taking up so much of your payroll. If you can maneuver this the right way, maybe it does get you down the road in a formidable way, and you just weather the storm right here in between and keep yourself competitive.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, let's see what Dallas does on Sunday against the Giants. I think Cowboys have a good shot at winning, and then try to keep it going through the rest of the season.
And I like the fact that Malik Neighbors and Brian Daboll are maybe at odds. Neighbors wants his quarterback. He sees what you have. You got that Mercedes parked in the garage that you don't want to drive yet. That's great. Let them be at odds, and I think that factors into the favor of the Dallas Cowboys. Noon on Sunday. Friends, Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Check them out today online. Your weekly specials. Super easy. Check out the inventory. Then you make the beautiful drive out there. You go out Saturday morning. You've got a 3:15 game for the Longhorns. Find the whip that you're looking for online, and then you make the drive, and you will be, just like these folks, a satisfied Covert Bee Cave customer.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Thank you, Dan. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. For lots of years, the Covert family of dealerships serving Central Texans and beyond. Go check out that newest dealership out there in beautiful Bee Caves. Also, I want to tell you about our man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht. We talk about local. We talk about making that phone call and talking to the person that you're going to be dealing with. Stop what you're doing right now. Like I say, with weather delays, stop what you're doing right now. Take out your cell phone and put this number in, 512-938-8929. That is our man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. I'll tell you, friends, if you're injured in a car accident, hurt on the job, just random incident, out and about doing stuff, it's cooler outside, something happens, this is the phone call you need to make. You call the Hurricane. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. And here's the best news. As Stu says, oh, by the way, here's the best news. If you don't pay, if you don't win, you don't pay. That's the thing. Unless the Hurricane gets you results, you don't pay. He puts money in your pocket. That's when you pay. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients. Ryan knows what you're going through. He's going to fight to make it right. Austin-based and Texas proud, friend of the show, fighter for the people. We talk about him each and every day right here on Chaos Theory in the 9 o'clock hour. It is Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Don't let the big insurance companies bully you around. When you get that phone call, let's make a deal. Nope. You got to talk to the Hurricane. Call Hurricane Hecht today at 512-938-8929. You can also email it at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHTlawfirm.com. Be sure and tell him that you heard about him right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right, so when we get Stu, I'm climbing the turnbuckle. I'm going to the top rope, and I'm fixing to jump off this sumbitch. Stu, what do we have going on? I guess let's start with WWE. Something that I missed. This happened while I was on the road. So John Cena's now good again, right?
Yes.
He's a
yes.
good guy.
John Cena had the heel turn, which was precipitated by The Rock because The Rock stuck his nose in the creative. It was a huge mistake. Rock needs to stay away from creative. John Cena is back to being babyface John Cena, and he's got, I think, 7 dates left in this 2025 retirement tour. He just did his final SmackDown in Chicago. He will be facing Brock Lesnar at WrestlePalooza, which will be the first WWE premium live event on the ESPN app.
That's right.
Of course, WWE now, broadcast rights given to ESPN in a massive deal. Next Saturday, the 20th, I think it's a 7 p.m. Eastern, or maybe, I think it's 7 p.m. Eastern, bell time for that. So you got Cena, and he's, it's playing the greatest hits. Not to mention during his matches, he's been kind of paying tribute to some of his favorite, opponents, using their moves. He used a Styles Clash the other day, in tribute to AJ Styles, using the spear in tribute to Edge. Now Adam Copeland, who is now in AEW. Cena playing the greatest hits as he gets ready to retire. He's making his final appearance in Boston at TD Garden on November 10th, and then his final appearance at Madison Square Garden in New York on November 17th. Right now, the rumor is that his the last time John Cena steps in a ring, I think right now the theory is a Saturday Night's Main Event in December in Washington, D.C.
So with the creative term, and I've wanted to ask you this, and now especially the way this is all shaking itself out, with the creative turn to where I was never, it was one of those things where it took me a long time to buy Hulk Hogan as even though, I mean, when you really know Hulk Hogan way back, I mean, not that I knew him, but when you know the history of him, bad guy, maybe not something that wouldn't have been out of question. But now with that creative turn to where Cena kind of was over on the other side, and now here he is, you get it straightened out, you go the other way. Is that something where this retirement out the door tour is a little tarnished because you had that was done to where I always thought that was a bad move, because I couldn't buy that. I mean, there's that, even when he was mean, when he was whatever on TV, Stu, I'm like, I can't buy that. And then you see him after the show being John Cena, just being a good guy. Does that tarnish any of this last run?
I don't think it tarnishes it. It was a huge mistake, and he's not a heel. He hasn't been a heel in forever. It wasn't him. It was, like I said, when he defeated Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania to win the title, it wasn't him. And that was one of the big criticisms, was that he's playing a role. He's not a natural heel like, say, a Gunther or I think Finn Balor is a good heel right now. And he goes all the way back to his Prince Devitt days in New Japan when he was the leader of the Bullet Club. But John Cena just wasn't a good heel. That's what it was. And they figured it out, fixed it right before SummerSlam, which, and it was as funny of a fix as could be, because it was kind of like, okay, we made a mistake. Okay, he's babyface again. And that was fine, So no, I mean, I don't think it tarnishes it though.
Great one here from Rob for you. AJ Lee back. I ain't never got no problem seeing AJ Lee. Let me tell you that.
That was a big return. She and CM Punk, her husband, are gonna face the World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins and the Women's Intercontinental Champion Becky Lynch at WrestlePalooza in a mixed tag match. AJ Lee coming back after 10 years, and she talked about it on Raw. She cut a promo on Raw where she talked about, going through a mental health deal where, she started going to therapy. She got the crowd to chant therapy.
Yeah.
Of course, wrote a best-selling book. She was enjoying life. And then they made, the deal came about, and it was the time. And so this works out. It sounds like this is not a one-off. In other words, she will be a part of WWE for at least a little while. So let's see what that becomes. But yeah, and by the way, she looked in fantastic shape.
Yes.
I mean, I think she might look in better shape now than she was 10 years ago.
I totally agree. I mean, I didn't actually see when she came back, but I saw it, on replay afterwards. And I mean, that girl is ripped. I mean, to see her come out. So how old is she, or more or less? She's she was
40? No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Late 30s or 40. I can't remember which.
Yeah. So yeah, that's WWE. So as it kind of works on, and with that, with the ESPN deal, I mean that when you look at the money, and it has to be something you got to be pretty proud of this, right? Because it's like, as long as you've covered wrestling, and you are with professional wrestling, you are one of these guys where it's a smaller group, football, baseball, basketball, hell, everybody covers that. But when it comes to wrestling, that's something to watch this happen, where folks talk about, well, greed and whatever. Pretty damn badass for this happen for professional wrestling. I don't care if it's WWE or EC, whoever. This is a big deal.
I mean, you look at it now. WWE is now going to be on ESPN. Of course, AEW, they've announced their pay-per-views are going to be on HBO Max, and they've got the great deal with Warner Brothers Discovery. By the way, it's going to be so funny on September 20th. So you've got, like I say, you got WrestlePalooza, WWE WrestlePalooza. That's their debut on ESPN on Saturday night. Saturday afternoon, AEW has All Out in Toronto. That will be available on HBO Max. I think it's a 3 p.m. Eastern start. Hangman Adam Page defending the AEW World Title against the TNT champion Kyle Fletcher. Adam Copeland and Christian Cage, formerly known as Edge and Christian, teaming up to face FTR in a big grudge match there. So you got a full day of wrestling, and Tony Khan, when WWE announced WrestlePalooza, and look, WWE is doing this to counter program. So Tony Khan said, fine, I'll move it to the afternoon. So now you don't have the conflict. You can watch All Out and then turn the ESPN app and watch WrestlePalooza, get all your wrestling. And of course, and then there's I say it on, I do Sports Guys Talking Wrestling Weekly, and I give a rundown of independent cards throughout the state of Texas. I say it every time. Go out and support independent wrestling. I work with Dustin Rhodes and the Rhodes Wrestling Association. We've got a show on September 21st at the RWA Bullpen in Leander. It's nice. 80s night with the Outrunners from AEW. They will be, in fact, they're facing Wayne and Wyatt Rhodes, the nephews of Dustin Rhodes.
Sweet.
So that'll happen. I'm also involved with the Inspire Victorious, which is a great promotion here in Austin. Just had an event this past week. They've got a show coming up in November. Go out and support independent wrestling. I say it just like in baseball. You get to see wrestlers up close and personal that you will see on a television screen one of these days.
That's so tremendous, man, because with me as well, when it comes to racing, it's with short tracks, with local short tracks, whether it's dirt track or asphalt. Obviously more dirt tracks here in Texas, but it's like you get the opportunity to go out with this where folks say, let's kind of correlate the two. I don't like WWE, I don't like NASCAR, it just seems so whatever. But when you go and you check it out on the grassroots level, because it really is the same situation where, like WWE, if you're going to randomly go to the Moody Center and check out Monday Night Raw or whatever, you're not going to be on top of the action. You know, you go to Coda to watch NASCAR, Texas Motor Speedway. You're not going to be right on top of the track, and you don't get all of the real emotion and everything that's going on. But you go to an indie wrestling show or a short track auto race, and you're like so right in the middle of everything, and you can like communicate with. I mean, there's opportunities at wrestling events where you can go and you can meet the stars and you can talk to the athletes. So with car race, you go to the pits and see get in the damn car, for crying out loud. It's that grassroots home stuff is just so cool.
You're absolutely right, and you're right. That's both Road Wrestling Association and Inspire. There are we do intermissions where you go meet the wrestlers and buy their merch, buy the t-shirts and all that good stuff, and interact with them, and it's so much fun. So yeah, check that out. There's one little bit of news, and it actually broke yesterday. A good friend of mine, Mike Johnson, who runs PW Insider, as well as Sean Ross Sapp, who runs Fightful, two of the best to cover wrestling. There is the possibility that WrestleMania 42 will be in Las Vegas next year at Allegiant Stadium. WrestleMania 43 in 2027 looks to be heading to Saudi Arabia.
We got that question there. Your thoughts on that?
That's it's interesting. It's I've got a good friend that works. In the UK. There's a outfit called What Culture, and they do some fantastic work in wrestling. And a good friend of mine, Adam Wilborn, who does their daily news videos. He put it so succinctly. It's sports washing. Mm-hmm. Saudi Arabia has been cited for human rights violations. There's some ickiness with WWE's agreement with Saudi Arabia. But it does look like WrestleMania 43 will head over there. And I think, it's been kind of pointing that way for a little bit. They do, I think, 2 events a year right now. Royal Rumble next year will be in Saudi Arabia. So it's going to be weird. It'll be the first WrestleMania held outside of North America.
Wow.
You won't have the traditional WrestleMania weekend set up because it will be all WWE. It's not like you're going to have all the indie shows and the WrestleCons and everything that always are in the WrestleMania city. It's going to be all WWE, not to mention, oh my God, the ticket prices for that are going to be through the roof. So it's going to be interesting. I'll be interested to see who decides to go to Saudi Arabia to cover it on site. Mm-hmm. I got a feeling most of us are I'm not going to Saudi Arabia. I got a feeling that's going to be the case with a lot of folks.
You're retired, but not quite that retired.
Not that, yeah. I don't have that much money, so
no, not quite that retired. Yeah, it's coming up. Off the top rope, right there with Stu Myrick. Great content. Again, I think you release Sports Guys Talking Wrestling Wednesdays.
It's midweek, Tuesdays or Wednesdays. I did one last night. We talked. I talked about the rumors about WrestleMania going to Saudi. Also talked the build, WWE building to WrestlePalooza and AEW building to All Out. So check it out wherever you get your podcasts.
Be sure, check that out, subscribe, and like it. Good stuff there from Stu Myrick. Jordan Will, Lone Star Playbook. Jordan, got to go to you, man. It looks like your high-priced quarterback's going to miss a little time for the San Francisco 49ers.
Man, at this point, I'd be cool with them tanking. I don't know. Mac Jones, I have to watch him play football in 2025. George Kittle's hurt. They're signing Kendrick Bourne. He's now a 49er again. I don't know, man. I don't think Ayuk is a 1, but he's hurt right now and won't be back till like week 6 or 7, so we won't know until a third of the way into the season if he can be a 1. Ricky Pearsall's been great. How is he going to be with Mac Jones? So,
yeah.
I don't know. And the thing, too, is like if they tank, they're going to be probably picking between 5 and 10 because they won't be bad enough to pick top 5. So it's like who's available 5 to 10 come April.
Mm-hmm.
So
absolutely.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to watch this season. Happy I'm not going to New Orleans anymore and not even looking at that game versus Saints. That's barf material. Spencer Rattler versus Mac Jones. I mean,
woo!
You're telling me these are the best that either of these teams could come up with? I know Mac Jones is the backup, but like, whew, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Marquee matchup. It's on the docket today, gentlemen. Lots going on as we into UTEP game week.
Yeah, do a little preview before Texas gears up on Saturday. Some recruiting activity, probably more this week than we've seen in about a month at this point. A couple players maybe heading away from Texas, a couple heading towards Texas. So get a hold on that and find out what else to talk about as we're going today.
Absolutely. All right, guys, y'all have a good show. Stu, as always, thank you, man, for jumping on. Again, thank you for your service, especially on this day. Heartfelt thank you to that. Anytime, man. Anytime, you're the first call, like I always tell you.
Appreciate it, Rodney. Jordan, Will, have a great show.
You guys have a good one.
Yeah, thank you,
guys.
All right, Jordan. The Thursday edition of the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Will Turboff. That is Jordan Scruggs. Jordan, we have a few things in terms of Texas recruiting to talk about. But before we get to that, wanted to get your thoughts on just kind of this week, this matchup, because Tuesday we didn't have a chance to really break this down. We had spoken about this months ago, before Malachi Nelson, had ever been named as the starter, and even at a point when it seemed like he wasn't going to be the starter at UTSA. He had a few things to say about his relationship with Arch Manning. And then Steve Sarkisian had a few things to say about, his impression of Malachi Nelson and how he's been able to see him over the last few years, referencing that Malachi Nelson and DeAndre Moore once played together. So there's definitely a good amount of familiarity with the Texas defense and Malachi Nelson. There's a lot of guys that, played with him, played against him in 7-on-7. But, this is never the matchup that we expected for the undisputed top two quarterbacks in the class 2023, Malachi Nelson and Arch Manning. Jordan, your thoughts on maybe any of the quotes or the chatter this week about Malachi Nelson?
Got to be honest with you, I'm not tuned into what Malachi Nelson is saying ahead of Saturday. But, I mean, hey, big opportunity for him. If he plays well versus Longhorns, he could parlay that into, going back to the Power 4 level come December when the portal opens. So, yeah, don't really have much to say. Fun fact, Texas Longhorn wide receiver DeAndre Moore, who might not even play Saturday, was high school teammates with him for a year and is also committed to Oklahoma with him for a year. So, yeah.
Just for reference, so you know what to expect from Malachi Nelson. As I mentioned, once the number one quarterback in the class of 2023. Here are his stats so far in 2 games at UTEP. To start the season, when they lost to Utah State, he went 22 for 34, 178 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. And then last week, they had a pretty dominating win over UT Martin. Actually just had a chance to look at the highlights for that one. 14 for 26, 278. I see a big difference there in terms of you've got 26 attempts for 278 yards in week 2. In week 1, you've got 22 completions for 178 yards. The rating was way up. You can see the QBR was still not great at 52. And he has not been able to do anything with the legs this year. And that has been, I believe, kind of a worry since he's made it to college, that he's just not been able to figure it out when it comes to being mobile. And he, that was never his biggest strength, but a huge part of his game in the high school ranks. So, really looking forward to seeing Malachi Nelson, because I'm not sure there's much to expect, if anything. As I mentioned, he struggled pretty mightily against Utah State. And Utah State's not a bad team. Hell, they hung in there with A&M last week. But, there's a big difference between Utah State, University of Tennessee, Martin, and then Texas. So, if I had to put a line at it, I would say that Malachi Nelson ends up with far less than 278 yards. I would imagine he ends up with somewhere right around 140, 150, and look for Texas to come away with 2 or 3 picks.
Yeah. One thing I don't think enough people are talking about, UTEP currently leads the country in sacks. Also top 10 in tackles for loss. I think they're like 6 or 7. So I'm very curious to how the offensive line will play. Obviously, you talked about it. Their opponents, Utah State, UT Martin, a lot different than the Texas Longhorns. But how are they going to hold up? And Nato Yomozulu, Connor Stroh, how are they going to hold up? Who's getting more playing time? How's Brandon Baker going to look? Going to be interesting. DeAndre Moore has a concussion, or is in concussion protocol, I should say. Could be available, could not be available. I think it'll probably be a game time decision, but at this point, I mean, I don't think he will play. They don't need him. So Ryan Wingo, big game needed from him, especially how these first 2 weeks have got off to a slow start this season. Parker Livingstone looked great versus San Jose State. Can he repeat the same performance? And then you also got the youngins, Kalik Lockett, Jamie French, Dalen McCutcheon. What are we going to see from them? I think of those 3 guys, Dalen McCutcheon's going to have the highest snap count on Saturday, followed by Kalik Lockett. So excited to see them. I mean, while we're here, some other injury stuff. Jack Andrews is expected to be limited. Not 1,000% sure what the injury is there, what the concern is, but if you're a betting man, whatever prop bets are on Jack Andrews, I'd stay away from them. So Jordan Washington, Spencer Shannon, maybe some Nick Townsend, Amari Winston. Going to be seeing more of those guys than, you probably ever will this season, maybe besides on the 20th for Sam Houston State. So I don't know. Looking forward to it. Obviously Texas has no excuse for this game to be a competitive one. They're more talented at every position, and it's the University of Texas versus the University of Texas at El Paso. So, yeah, but those are kind of all the thoughts I have. Thought we'd get into some recruiting.
Absolutely. We're going to start with Corey Wells in Alabama, and Auburn. So Corey Wells was out at Auburn's game this past weekend with his brother Chris, who is a low 3-star linebacker commit for South Alabama. And at this point, our friends over at the Auburn 24/7 site believe that Corey Wells is bound to be a War Eagle, and he will flip away from Texas at some point soon. His brother will join him. Obviously, Texas was not able to give Corey Wells that kind of opportunity, taking a flyer on a linebacker like that. And if that's part of the deal, it's understandable why Auburn's going to win. Nevertheless, one for Texas that I think most people expected would come down to Ole Miss and Mississippi State, given that Corey Wells is a product of Petal, Mississippi. And that could still happen, but for now, it seems like Texas will not be the team to be expected to sign Corey Wells come December.
Yeah, it's interesting that a flip hasn't happened yet. I think credit to Texas for probably trying to help stall some of that. Like you said, this is understandable. If Texas is offering his brother a walk-on spot, but at Auburn he can be on scholarship and it's closer to home, it makes sense. That's just what it is. And for those curious, they are not twins. Chris Wells is a year older, but was held back so they can play in the same grade. Literally exactly what the situation was with Carter Stewart and Chris Stewart. But with Corey Wells, if Texas is able to get him to hold off, and it's like, look, we get you want to flip to Auburn, but the staff offering your brother a scholarship might not even be there come time when you got to sign in December.
Yeah, no kidding.
So, I think the longer this drags out, the more it can benefit Texas, especially if Auburn starts to, quite frankly, do Auburn things, Hugh Freeze things. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting, though. And, with Corey Wells, Out of the 4 interior D-line commits they have, they're all top 247 guys, projected draft pick guys years down the road. Like, Corey Wells is different than all of them. Lower floor for sure, very raw. But, I mean, 6'5", 300-plus pounds, and just a really, really good athlete for the size. The other guys don't have quite frankly, the specs, the measurements, and the size that he has. So, if you lose him, Kendall Gerville could potentially fill that, but he's not the same type of player either. So,
and he's not the same type of player he was, a month ago.
Torn ACL.
With a torn ACL. Unless you got anything else on that, Jordan, wanted to move to a couple of the other defensive line commits. And straight to Dylan Behrman. We just talked about Corey Wells taking a visit elsewhere. Dylan Behrman will be doing the same thing this weekend. He's headed to Ole Miss to watch Ole Miss host Arkansas, in which I think we'll get to that later. I think maybe the most exciting game of the weekend. Definitely going to be high scoring, and definitely not going to be one that is going to showcase Ole Miss's defense. And I thought it was kind of funny that Dylan Behrman's going to be there for that one. We had seen a couple different schools be considered a leader in Dylan Behrman's recruitment throughout the spring. For some reason, people swore that Purdue was the big dog in this race. And of course,
he did sign there at one point, but
it was never going to happen at the end. And now it seems like Ole Miss is the team that stepped up. So with the commitments in doubt of 2 players committed to Texas defensive line, you wouldn't imagine there'd be a third. And it seems like there isn't anymore. James Johnson visited Miami to start the season. That's where he's from. It's right down the road from Coral Gables, his high school, Miami Northwestern. Went there and people out of Miami were very confident about the Canes' chances with James Johnson and potential flip after that. You may remember that James Johnson was actually committed to Georgia first before flipping to Texas. They are not considered, a major contender at this point. It seemed like it was going to be Texas and Miami down the stretch. James Johnson has seemingly come out and said that, I'm locked in with Texas, and I'm not sure how much that means at this point. But a good sign on that front that he is maybe done entertaining offers from Miami and some of the other schools in the state.
Yeah. With Behrman, like you said, visiting Ole Miss this weekend, really interesting. I don't think he's ever visited there before. They didn't offer him until January of this year. Texas offered him June 1st of 2024. And they've never really been brought up. They weren't in his top 6 he put out in May. But hey, they need bodies. They thought they were getting Corey Wells until they didn't. And now Auburn is in a better position for him than anyone else. So that part makes sense. But with Behrman, you looked at the 4 D linemen they have committed. He seemed the most locked in, and obviously no longer the case. If he ends up in Oxford this weekend, like we expect him to, he will be the 3rd defensive lineman committed to Texas that's taken a visit elsewhere through 3 weeks of the season. Rodney Cleveland is the only D-line commit that has not visited elsewhere at this point. So that's not good, but hey, when you recruit top players, that's what you got to do. You got to fend off schools trying to flip those top players. Behrman also mentioned he's going to take other visits besides the Ole Miss one and besides the Texas one. He'll be at Texas September 20th for the Sam Houston State game. First time he's visited Austin since the official visit he committed to Texas on back in June. So Florida State could be one to watch. That staff had offered him at Nebraska, and I believe was one of his earlier offers. So he has some connections there. Don't think he's ever been to Tallahassee before. And then Texas Tech, they're trying with him. Mississippi State, wouldn't be surprised if Auburn and LSU are still trying as well. So this one could go all the way till signing day potentially. Could also see maybe Texas getting him to shut things down and be done with it after the Sam Houston State game on the 20th. So we'll see, but it'll be a guy we're tracking. Where do you want to go to next?
I would like to we can circle back on, actually, one more thing on recruiting before we take a look at the slate for week 3. Texas has, for the first time this season, scheduled an official visit for football. Basketball, there's been a few, but for football, the first time in the fall, Derek Cooper's has been, in the works since the summer. But another one came about yesterday when Braylon Hodge, a 3-star linebacker committed to Michigan State out of Englewood, Colorado, Cherry Creek High School out of there, which I believe has produced a few Power 4 talent over the last few years. The Texas sent out an offer him. That was from Johnny Nansen. Hank South called up with Braylon Hodge right after this. Braylon said he's already set up an official visit with Texas. And he doesn't have a date for it yet, so it's not actually set up, but it is a tentative agreement that he will be there at some point. And he's looking to Texas versus A&M the Saturday after Thanksgiving, the last regular season game of the year, as the day he will come in and be an official visitor at Texas. This is, a week and a half out from, not even that. I think less than a week out from signing day. So it would be really interesting to see if Braylon Hodge makes his way down to Texas before then, because this is a long time to wait. This is 2.5 months. The Texas would have to wait between this offer and the official visit. A lot of things could happen there. Michigan State could get hot. Some other teams could get in the mix here. Michigan also extended an offer yesterday. So not so sure about Braylon Hodge waiting all the way until late November to come to Texas, unless there's other plans in place here. And really interested to see if another linebacker offer or maybe 2 go out. They've done years and years of evaluation on some of the in-state guys. And this in-state linebacker class isn't exactly stacked, but it is pretty deep. And there are some guys in the mid-level that would be understandable. If you can't get Braylon Hodge, then maybe you would go after a couple guys. I'm not going to say anything because me and Jordan will never agree on the right guys. But there's definitely some options here if you are dead set on adding another linebacker to this class.
Yeah, with Hodge, I think what will end up happening is he'll OV next weekend if they can make it work for the Sam Houston State game. Just because after September 20th, they don't have a home game until November. Other teams are going to be trying to flip him. I think it's very unlikely that a kid from Denver ends up signing with Michigan State. When Michigan and Texas come along, that means other schools are going to come along. And it's not just like the state of Texas that's down a linebacker this cycle. It's everywhere across the country. So, look out for USC, potentially Oregon. I don't know what schools on the West Coast are still in need of linebackers, but I know a lot of schools coast to coast are still in need of linebackers. So he's going to be very interesting to watch. And go ahead.
Yeah, the name I was looking for that played at Cherry Creek in Colorado was Gunnar Helm. But Braylon Hodge and Gunnar Helm were about 6 years apart, did not play together. Braylon said he does know Gunnar, but, not enough to kind of reach out to him about this interest from Texas.
Yeah, and I mean, Cherry Creek, too, is like probably top 1, top 2, top 3, maybe top 1 prospect factor in the state of Colorado. Like, they have guys everywhere. It's not like Gunnar Helm is the only Power 4 prospect they've produced in the last 10 years. But, I mean, hey, probably couldn't hurt if they get Gunnar and him on a FaceTime or something like that. But, yeah, some other recruiting stuff I want to talk about before we get into some other stuff. 2 visitors from this past weekend, Armani Edwards and Trey Moore. We'll start with Edwards first. He's the number 4 overall prospect in the 2028 class, number 1 offensive tackle in the country, and number 1 overall prospect in the state of Texas. He's at Cy Ranch. He started for them at left tackle as a freshman, playing 6A ball last year. This year he's back at left tackle. Also plays basketball and throws the shot and disc. I believe he's in like the 6'4", 310, 300-pound range. Has like long-term left tackle specs, but is also athletic enough and measures well enough to where he could, stick at guard or right tackle potentially as well. Like a lot of versatility there, but probably going to end up left tackle long-term just because very few kids can actually play that long-term. Texas, they offered him on the trip on Saturday. This was an offer he's been wanting for a long time. He started picking up offers as a freshman, I believe, in like during the season, but they really started coming in January, February, and March. And then in May, once schools came out there during the spring evaluation period. But it's a big offer. Not originally from Houston, actually grew up in Wichita Falls and moved to the Houston area about 5 years ago. He has an older cousin named Anquan Willis that was a 4-star for us a few years ago and signed with Texas Tech. After 1 year there, he transferred to Incarnate Ward, and then after 1 year in San Antonio, he's currently in the transfer portal and is still there. So either he's done playing football or he's going to go JUCO or something, but originally from Wichita Falls, would have ended up at Ryder High School had he not moved. And fun fact, which I didn't know, I asked him, like, hey, would you have gone to Hershey? That's kind of the main program up there that produces prospects, Wichita Falls, Hershey. And he's like, well, my mom went there, but she didn't want me there. She would have made me go to Ryder. And I looked it up, like, Will, I didn't know this. Wichita Falls, Hershey closed down like 2 years ago. They shut the high school down. So that kind of fascinated me. But anyways, some other recruiting stuff. And with Edwards too, like Nebraska is a program that has done a great job early on. He's going to visit them on the 20th for whoever they play. I think they play.
I believe they play Michigan.
Yeah.
Biff Poggi coaching against Nebraska in the Big House. Not in the Big House. What am I talking about?
Biff Poggi.
Biff Poggi. Mess that whole sentence up.
Oh, good. Yeah, maybe the Huskers get a win in front of Armani. That helped them a lot. It'll be a second visit up there. He might also be at LSU this weekend, working out details for that trip. They play Florida. It'll be a night game in Baton Rouge. And then the other recruit I wanted to talk about, Trey Moore out of Pflugerville Weiss, my guy. I've been a big fan of him for a long time. Highest ranked receiver to come out of the Austin area since the 2022 cycle. Texas and Texas A&M. Those have been the two schools at the forefront of this recruitment for like half a year, it feels like. I have several sources and why I speak with. Some days A&M's the leader. If he committed right now, it'd be A&M. Other days, that answer is Texas. It changes like every week, it feels like. And it does feel like that's what this will come down to. Oklahoma, that's where his father went. If they can have a good year and keep their jobs and make themselves, more secure and less on the hot seat, they could have a shot. His father played quarterback there in the 90s. And then Alabama, if that staff is able to turn around, get it off the hot seat, I think they could be an option. His mother played volleyball there. And then LSU, that was kind of his dream school growing up. Always loved them. Obviously the top two receivers in the NFL are LSU Tigers. So those would be the schools I kind of watch out for long term, but Texas and Texas A&M, man. Those are the main ones right now. Might get to A&M, or not might. He will get to A&M at some point for a game this fall. Not sure which game yet. And then him and his family are also trying to work out a way to get down to Miami. The Hurricanes are trying to get involved. So going to be one of Texas's top targets. He's 6'4", 200 pounds. I talked about the bloodlines. Mom played volleyball at Bama. Dad played quarterback at Oklahoma. And then he has two brothers playing sports. One's a shooting guard at Tulane. He transferred in there from Oral Roberts. The other's a running back at Oklahoma Baptist D2 school. And then his uncle played receiver at Texas Southern before playing in the NFL for 4 years in the 90s. So, and for those curious, by the way, his dad and his uncle, Carter Cowboys. They're Dallas Carter. So cool little stuff there on some Texas high school football stuff. And I mean, this is like his 15th visit to Texas, whether as a recruiter, growing up, going to games, and grew up in Pflugerville, born and raised there, and staying in Austin could definitely be an option for him. One thing I thought was interesting, they had him meet with Grayson Littleton, catch up with him, talk about the adjustment from high school to college, what that looks like. And it kind of tells you, what they think of him. This was a smaller visitor list in terms of quality and quantity. But talking to, the guys that had offers or picked up offers, none of them really talked to any players.
No.
So Trey Moore talking with Grayson Littleton is very telling of how Texas values him, which makes me happy because, I love when local kids get recruited and the school goes balls to the wall for them. So, Jake Bayless was one. Said, how many yards do you think Drew Mestemaker?
If you're ready to move, let's go ahead and move.
Yeah. How many yards does Drew Mestemaker throw?
I'm very interested to see what the line is here, but I would imagine he can throw for over 250. Wazoo's defense has been not good, and they've played some not good offenses. Like, I thought Malik Murphy did way more against Wazoo than he should have been able to. I don't even know who they played week 1, but I think I watched that one and was not impressed either. This should be a good game. This one's in Denton, too, at 2:30. So if you're watching the Texas game, you'll miss it on ESPNU. North Texas favored in this game by a touchdown, or by 6.5. This is going to be a high-scoring game by North Texas. I would imagine they put up over 20, over 30. And I think that's probably a safe bet. Wazoo, like I said, is just not good. Wazoo, they were kind of in between last year. The range of power fours and the best group of fives, and then the entire group of 5. They're in between that spot. Now they are in that rest of the group of 5. Like they're not. This is not the okay. Wazoo will be the biggest brand in the new Pac-12. It's just how it is. Like there's no other teams that really hold a candle to them. The biggest fan base by far, much bigger than Oregon State. Like this is the team that you're building your conference around, and they're going to struggle with North Texas, and they struggled with some bad teams last year. So don't really get that one. And yes, looking forward to Drew Mestemaker in Denton at 2:30 on Saturday. The rest of this, go ahead.
Wazoo, they are a G6 now, G5, whatever the hell we're calling the groups now.
I believe so.
They lost Mateer, their best offensive player. They lost their OC. They also lost their best defensive player, Adrian.
They lost their head coach, too.
Yeah, well, I didn't even know that. But they got pillaged. Like, their best defensive player, whose name is Adrian Wilson, not the receiver at UNC I love, but another Adrian Wilson. Nickname is Boogie. He's now at Arizona State. He went to, I think, Grand Prairie or SGP, South Grand Prairie, and is TDG kid, if you know TDG, you will. So he's a dog. He'll be great at Arizona State, him and Keith Abney. I don't have anything else. We'll hit on this one real quick and then open it up, Will. Jose said a player not on the Texas team I had high hopes for is Draylen Miller, been average at Colorado. I mean, I don't know about average. It is Colorado. Whatever the hell's going on there at the quarterback situation, who the hell knows? They're playing at Houston tomorrow. But I don't think Draylen Miller is a Colorado Buffalo in 2026. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, his process of choosing receivers, talking about Prime, is very interesting because Amarian Miller was not a guy that really popped out for them in the last 2 seasons. My connection to Amarian Miller is he was once a Nebraska commit and then flipped from Nebraska to Colorado right after Prime got there and ended up being this wild story. They have such a deep room at receiver and a lot of guys that were big name prospects. Draylen Miller was one of those, but I don't think he had the same hype as basically every receiver that's come into Colorado in the last couple of years. And I'm not saying that's the reason that he's not seeing the field. We're not seeing the field in a way that I think he should, but there's definitely something to it. And Jordan, I'm not so sure if he wants to be a receiver in the Martin Luther Staub game, because I don't think this is going to last more than a week. I'm happy for Prime. I really thought this was good. And Salter, to be honest, I watched that game against Georgia Tech. I didn't think he was that bad. I didn't get to watch one against Delaware other than it being in the quad box for a little bit. I didn't think he was terrible, and I'm kind of confused on why they're moving on from him after 2 games. Especially now that you're in conference play. And this is, to be honest, this is a game that may decide Colorado's season. At Houston to open the Big 12 slate, like this is the litmus test. You are expected to be in that range where Houston is in the Big 12, which I think is the lower part of the middle of the pack. If Colorado can't win this game, man, it's going to be hard for them to churn out more than about 2 wins in the Big 12. And 2 wins in the Big 12, already having a non-conference loss. It'd be something to see because I think that does not keep Deion his job. And that makes a few exciting storylines. I mean, that roster you can pick apart and find guys that will go play in the SEC and the Big 10 next year if he's not there. And then Julian Lewis. Yeah, I know we both have thoughts on him and where he should really be treated in terms of the pecking order of quarterbacks in that class. But remember that he should have been a prospect in the 26 class. He's a little young. Maybe he's not great, but he will if he does not end up Colorado. And I would put about a 90% chance on it, given that they've started 2 quarterbacks over him now. They brought another one in to start over him, and now the funny-looking white guy gets a chance in the Big 12 opener. I'm going to put a good amount of money that he will not be at Colorado next year. I think Julian Lewis probably gets a chance to play in the Big 10 or the SEC. I mean, you'd have to wonder, given the quarterback room at USC, if they would take him back. I'm going to say no.
No. These are my thoughts. Deion, you're playing some weird version of 4D chess or something with the media. There's 0 cents for Ryan Staub to start this game, especially with what you're already paying Caden Salter and Julian Lewis. Figure it out with one of them. And also, like, if you actually start this dude and Julian Lewis just doesn't get a shot, it's like, all right, welcome to the transfer portal, my friend. Like, the rate we're on, I think you could make some money betting that Julian Lewis is going to be playing at Indiana or Syracuse next fall. Maybe Sac State. I don't know. We'll see if he's willing to go that low. But very strange decision-making by them. And Jordan Seaton, I don't know why this just reminded me of this. Jose saying throw the bag at Jordan Seaton. Very interesting guy. I went and saw IMG play his senior year. He only spent 1 year at IMG, transferred in there from, I think, Virginia, that's where he was originally from. Took photos that game. He hit me up for photos on Instagram. He DM'd me. I pulled up the DM here. I never responded to it. It's a voice message with an email. I kind of remember what he said, but just hearing this, I thought it was strange. I'll play it.
What's up, boss? Appreciate you coming out, taking the time to take pictures of us. Just wanted to say if you could send that picture to my email so I can get the best quality, and hopefully my media team is reposted. Thank you.
Hey, man, he's organized with it. Jordan Seaton's recruitment was, very professionally done. I'll say that. I guess it shows there. Take a look at the rest of this slate tonight. NC State at Wake Forest. You mentioned you remember that the Wazoo's head coach left. That's where he's at, Wazoo, after
now I remember
what's his name retired in the middle of the offseason. North Carolina State is a 7.5-point favorite on the road here. Neither one of these teams will do shit in the ACC, in college football, and anything. These are 2 Power 4 programs that are in a very bad spot right now. I think Wake Forest has a little bit higher of an upside down the line, but NC State really needs to figure things out. Big game for both of them. I'm going to imagine NC State takes this one. Tomorrow, got a few good ones. As we mentioned, Colorado at Houston. That one's on ESPN at 6:30. I'm going to take Houston in that one. They're 4.5-point favorites. Kansas State at Arizona. The line has moved a little bit in this one. I think Kansas started out as a 3.5-point favorite. They're now only 1.5. This one is in Tucson, though. I've seen Arizona twice now. I didn't even like the way they played against Northern Arizona or whoever they played week 1. But Avery Johnson's on the other side, so I have no expectations for this game. New Mexico at UCLA. This should be a fun one.
Can we get some thoughts?
I have been on this show. I don't, I think after week 1 I said I'm done, and then I kind of did a fake out and said I still believe in Nico. This can be the time. I have officially given up on Nico Iamaleava. After that week 2 performance, I just can't do it anymore. So The battle is dead. Jordan has won. I guess everyone else in the country has won but me. UCLA is a 15.5-point favorite, hosting New Mexico. You can get tickets as low as $8 in that game. So if you're anywhere near LA, maybe go see some Friday night action at 9 p.m. on Saturday. The big noon game is Oregon and Northwestern, just because Fox refuses to pick good games. Oregon is a 27.5-point favorite. Last Thursday, when I was with BK on this show, I said that's ridiculous. And I think I even said it on Tuesday. That's ridiculous that Oregon is favored by 4 touchdowns against a Power 4 team. And then they put up 69 points on Oklahoma State. I don't think Northwestern is anywhere near as bad as Oklahoma State, but I do know who has one of the worst rosters in the Power 4. What I'm saying is the gap between Oklahoma State and just about any other Power 4 team in terms of talent is so big that I can't say that anyone's close to them. But Northwestern's not great. And I think Oregon has a good chance to put up 60 in this game too. Northwestern has always prided themselves on good defense, a lot of good linebackers, good amount of defensive linemen to come through that school in the last few years. But they're going to be no match. I mean, you saw, Josh Pate had a bit, the Sarah McLachlan special the other day, and broke down the drive summaries from Oregon and Oklahoma State in last week's game. It goes something like this: touchdown, 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 missed field goal, touchdown, 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 punt, touchdown, 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 charity punts. I'm not saying Oregon's going to do that again this week, but I think they're going to get damn close to it. I think Dante Moore is, at this point, the Heisman favorite. Through 2 games, this guy is doing whatever he wants. And I know he's not as battle-tested as a Nussmeier, as an Arch, even as a Mateer. But I think that there's no reason why Dante Moore and Sawyer Robertson aren't the 2 guys that we're talking about for the Heisman right now.
Right now.
And I
got to play 12 games.
We're 2 games through. These lines just don't make sense to me. Why is Dante Moore not at the top? Why is Sawyer Robertson not even on some of these boards? Like, he's plus 3,500 on some.
All right. Travis Hunter won the Heisman last year. What was Colorado's record?
Colorado lost, 4 games?
Something like that. But he won it because he played both sides, and he was the best player in college football. That's what it was. Sawyer Robertson, if he wins the Heisman, it's because Baylor has gone 10-2 or 11-1.
Yes, of course, yeah.
But what are the chances of that happening?
Take a look at Baylor's schedule, and I tell you, it's not impossible. It's not likely. It is very, very possible that they only end up with 3 losses. For him to lose that game at home against Auburn and still be, I think, a legitimate contender to the Heisman this year says something in itself. And then what he did last weekend, which in my eyes was the best quarterback performance that we've seen this year out of anyone, makes it hard to believe that he won't keep doing that. SMU is one of the better defenses they're going to face all year. I'm not saying they're good, but I'm not saying that Big 12 defenses are good all around. They don't have a terribly tough schedule. And to be honest, neither does Oregon. That's why I would think that those 2 guys will be in the mix down the stretch. Baylor will probably lose a bad one and he'll get taken out. But for now, I'm going to say that won't happen.
Hey, do you know who the quarterback is for Northwestern?
Is it Preston Stone?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I'm going to have some fun watching that one. All right, let's talk about these other games. Clemson at Georgia Tech.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Georgia Tech here. And it seems almost too obvious with the way the Clemson's game against Troy started, going down 16-0. And really, I mean, you guys know I'm about as high on Klubnik as you can get, but played terribly. The play calling was bad. The defense looked like shit. I was very wrong about Clemson. And I don't know why this show has just turned into me saying that I'm wrong about things, but I was wrong about Clemson. I don't think this is a legitimate team. I think they're going to struggle when it comes to the ACC. I'm not sure who they play, but I do think the Georgia Tech may end up winning the ACC. So this is a must-win game for both these teams. I mean, Jordan, really, if it's not Miami,
they have a chance. Clemson and Miami have a better chance, and Florida State right now.
Florida State, I think the verdict is not out yet. They're going to have to string some games together. Georgia Tech has been extremely consistent over the last few years. They just have needed to get one of these wins because you look in the last few years, they're not dropping 5 ACC games. They're dropping 2 or 3 to the best teams. They're a great team. They cover every time. And when they play good teams, they cover. This one is going to be a little harder. They're 3.5-point dogs. This one is at home in Bobby Dodd. But like I said, I like Georgia Tech outright here. I think Haynes King, he just took a week off. They said he was injured, but it really just seemed like a week off. He got banged up a little bit against Colorado. He's going to be full strength. I don't know if I can say the same for Clemson. They did keep their players and their starters in the entire game against Troy, even though that one didn't end up being exactly a nail biter by the end. So give me Georgia Tech there. Oklahoma heads to Philadelphia to play Temple. They're playing at Temple. They are 21.5-point favorites in that game. Temple has had a phenomenal start to the season. They've outscored teams. Let me get this right. 42 plus 55, 107-17 in the first 2 games. One of those teams was UMass, and UMass is no slump. Like they're out of the 3 independent teams, they're by far the worst, but they are still there. They beat Howard 55-7 last week. This is a new coach. This is J.C. Keeler from Sam Houston State, who was coach there last year. They've got a nice little roster. Couldn't tell you guys all around, but I could tell you that they've definitely got some guys there. That quarterback, Evan Simon, he's been pretty good so far. I think they have a few receivers that we've heard of before. Oklahoma is favored by 21.5 there. I'd imagine they cover that. But still just something kind of fun that for some reason Oregon agreed to a home with Temple, who Oklahoma before this year was one of the worst college programs in the country, at least FBS.
Yeah. All right. We're going to hit on some questions, and I want to do a segment I forgot to do earlier. Patrick, this is about Adrian Boogie Wilson, who I talked about earlier. Said he probably went to South. Last guy to come out of GP was Savion. Incorrect. Looked it up. He was at GP, freshman, sophomore, and junior year, transferred to Keller Central for his senior year. And if anyone is a Texas high school football sicko like yours truly, you'll remember there's a safety, played for South Oak Cliff a few years ago. David Spruells, went by Davo. Nickname, the Mayor. They're cousins. And he actually, Davo said he almost did it. I never believed him. But they almost went to Keller Central their senior year together. Or at least that's what Davo made it sound like. So fun fact from there, he's playing for the Arizona State Sun Devils, who are playing the Bobcats from San Marvelous, who are making the trip to Tempe and are 16.5 dogs. Jake Bayless thinks Texas State has a legit chance to win this game. What do you think?
As do I. That game was close last year. And to be honest, Texas State should have won. There was that whole thing at the end with the penalty, and was it before the clock hit 0 or was it not? It was just kind of a wild game on a Thursday night. This one, I think they're both locked in. You can never put stock in that Texas State UTSA game because every year it's just insane. And I think it's really not indicative of other teams. It is truly a hate game in a matchup of 2 teams. It's not like a storied rivalry, but they're very similar in terms of the roster makeup and how they were able to get guys. Texas State and UTSA do things almost exactly the same. So that's why you get so much heated competition between them. Yeah. Does Texas State still have the juice after that game? Not so sure, but I think 16.5 is just absolutely ridiculous. I am not going to come on this show and say that Mississippi State is a good team. So I'm going to tell you that Arizona State losing to Mississippi State last week was a bad loss. Fuck the Cowbells. I don't care. You should have been able to win that game. Like they have a worse roster than anyone in the SEC by a wide margin. Kentucky is maybe the only school that can hold a candle to them in terms of that. They haven't been good at home. Like they've lost to group of 5 teams at home in the last few years. That was just not good. Arizona State should have won that game pretty convincingly. I didn't understand why they were only favored by a touchdown, but obviously Vegas knew something that I didn't because they didn't go out there and look great. I'm taking Arizona State in this game to win, but I do think that it'll be very competitive. It'll be a one-score game.
Yeah. I think Texas State covers, but I don't think they win the game. Shout out to the Bobcats, though. Just won the Battle of I-35, took down UTSA in the Dome, too. So shout out to GJ Kinney getting a big win. We wanted to circle back to this. Jose said throw the bag at seed if Prime was to leave and that kind of roster becomes open season. That has to be the guy Texas would be more interested than anyone else. And in response to the DM audio message I played where Rodney said I just blew him off and didn't send him pictures, he sent me the email of his agent. And I was like, I'm not going to send this agent the 2 photos I took that are literally already online and posted on Instagram and our website. Because whenever that agent posts them on their agency website, I don't get tagged or credited for the photos. So if you're going to post them, take them off our website where there's a watermark for a company. That's kind of my thoughts. I usually don't send photos to kids unless they ask for them. And if they do, say, hey, you got to tag me. Come on. David Keith Williams said there's been noise on Corey Wells, who I think is huge upside, but not nearly sure as a recruit as James Johnson, Rodney Cleveland, or Dylan Behrman. What's your view? I agree with you. The floor is certainly lower with Corey Wells compared to, the other guys you mentioned. But, I mean, the upside is immense. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't realize how much of a fan I was of him until kind of this week. Like, damn. Okay, here we go. So he's 99. He's in the middle right here where my mouse is. Doesn't finish the play or get pressure, but like he is 6'5", 310 pounds and moving like that. This is uncoachable stuff. It's uncoachable. He's bigger in terms of height, weight than any other interior D-line recruit they have. And yes, again, super raw, far from his ceiling. But there is so much to work with here, and there are only a certain amount of athletes at this size with this athleticism that come out of America every single season. And he can be a difference maker. Redshirt him for a year. By year 2 or year 3, I mean, he's a monster. So, I mean, if I'm Texas, I'm doing whatever it takes to hold on to him. I think a workaround potentially, instead of offering the brother, just tell Corey Wells you're going to pay him $200K more across 3 years, and he can use that money to pay for his brother. Like Texas Tech, Nebraska, all these schools before it went from 85 to 105 for scholarship count, they were full of scholarships and were offering kids walk-ons and saying, hey, we're going to pay you this much per year, so you're basically on Scully. So I love them, and again, I'd do anything they could. Will, here's one for you. Any timeline on basketball prospects, Austin Gooseby or Bo Ogden?
I've got nothing on either one of these right now. I can tell you that Austin Gooseby was in town over the weekend. Pretty cool, able to see his brother, Trevor, start his first game as left tackle as a full-time starter. And that is reportedly one of the 2 high school players that Texas is super keyed in on. They had a couple other players scheduled for official visits this weekend. I don't believe that either one of them are going to end up making it. Talon Kinney, who is famous for the 6'7" meme. He was supposed to come to Texas. He let them know after Texas visited him last week that he would not be taking that visit. And to be honest, I couldn't tell you the other name right now, but actually let me get it because I do believe. Texas has no official visitors for this weekend. Next weekend, they've got 5-star small forward. He's the number 7 prospect in the country. That's Anthony Thompson out of Hudson, Ohio, right next to Case Western Reserve. He goes to Western Reserve Academy. Deron Rippey Jr. Out of Blairston, New Jersey. He ranks as the number 2 point guard in the country. He's also headed up on the 19th, as is Josiah Jarvis out of White Plains, New York. He is also ranked in the top 50. So Texas seems like they're going to take 2 or 3 high school guys. Austin Gooseby, I would imagine, would be the biggest hope. There's a stacked list of contenders in that group right now. BYU, Baylor, Duke, Miami. We've seen what Miami's been able to do with some high school guys, especially out of the state of Texas in the last couple of years. With our friend Lucas out there, who's now the head coach, former Texas assistant, former Bel Air high school product. He was able to get Sheldon Henderson to flip from Duke at the last second. And he's reportedly been a big part of this Austin Gooseby recruitment. But I do think that Texas is in the lead there. It's been a long time since it's now been 2 years since they've been able to get a high-level in-state guy in the program. And the last one was Trey Johnson. And I think Austin Gooseby maybe doesn't project to the same level as Trey Johnson from the start. Gooseby maybe a 2-year guy. But he's creeping closer and closer towards that 5-star territory. Number 19 in the nation, 5th among combo guards, and number 2 in the state of Texas. Only behind Bryson Howard at Frisco Heritage, who Texas is also making some waves with right now, trying to get SMU away from there, trying to get a few other blue bloods away. So there's a legitimate chance that Texas will have a chance with the top 2 in-state players in this class.
Does Lil Gooseby, does he also go to Melissa?
He does go to Melissa, yeah.
Okay, cool. I love that. I I totally get it as far as the developmental perspective and looking forward to a pro career, but I think it's so stupid whenever kids go to these developmental prep academies where like their curriculum is shooting hoops. Trust me, I get it, but I don't know. Somebody loves high school sports and specifically Texas high school sports. I am not a fan of it. So shout out to him. Some other stuff real quick before I do this last segment. Just realized Arizona State lost in the final seconds to Texas and Mississippi State off of post routes. One of them is Matthew Golden, the first receiver selected in the NFL draft that wasn't Travis Hunter. The other is Brennan Thompson. Brennan Thompson. And I won't get into it too much. I know he had 2 touchdowns out of the game of his life, but dog, Arizona State let Brennan Thompson go for 100+ yards and have 2 touchdowns. Nick got mad at me for slandering on Monday, so I'll keep it at that, but just thought it was nuts.
Yeah.
They lost.
Yeah, what did Brennan Thompson ever do to Texas?
Well, I shouldn't really say Brennan.
Yeah.
But anyways.
Also, Golden's second receiver taken after Travis Hunter.
Who am I thinking?
Ted McMillan.
That's right. I forgot about him. Well, that's what happens when a pro sports franchise from the Carolinas drafts you. All right, this is what I want to do this last segment on. 2 new move-ins to the state of Texas. Sydney Rolio, don't know how to say it.
I believe.
Originally from Quebec, Canadian. Went to a school in Jersey for last year, then transferred down to the Brookhill School, which I've never heard of.
Me neither.
Outside of Tyler in East Texas. I believe it's south of Tyler. Already has a Texas offer. Don't think he's ever visited. I think this was an offer that Kyle Flood extended in the spring when, he was Emeka Egbuka too. Damn, I guess
was thinking, but I thought you were confident about it, so maybe Tet was the only one.
Yeah, I was confident. So, I got that wrong. No apologies. But anyways, the Canadian is now in Tyler. Already has an offer from Texas. Think that came about whenever Kyle Flood was making the rounds up in the Northeast like he usually does. It's, where he coached at, I believe, where he's from. So it'll be interesting to see if he pops in for a visit. And then another kid who moved in. This one is a bigger deal. George Toya, the younger brother of Dallas Cowboys rookie defensive lineman Jay Toya, who went to UCLA. You might remember he went in the portal from UCLA, looked at Texas, but kind of finessed them, used them as a way to kind of drive up his price to then go back to UCLA. I got people at my front door. So we're going to wrap this up in a sec, but he's now at Texas, going to be at Byron Nelson, could potentially play next week. So Texas, they know about it. They're going to try to get him down. Hey, Will, I got to go. So we're going to wrap this up. Up next, our friends at Third and Longhorn preview Saturday's matchup against UTEP. And then Chip and Zay, they'll be back at 2 p.m. We'll see you. Peace.